Chapter 7:15. Awoo! Big John roared and charged at the giant killer with his long legs. He was nearly 2.1 meters tall, and his body was full of solid muscles. His movements were very sudden, like a tank moving at the speed of a jeep. With a powerful impact, he knocked away 3 unprepared knights of red heart of flames in just a few steps. Before he got close to the sedan, he swung the iron sword in his right hand, which was as wide as a seesaw. Under the light of the giant weirwood tree burning, everyone felt a gust of wind in the sky. Then, with a smack, the giant killer's head retracted into his chest. Yes, Aegon was so stimulated that he vomited blood, and it happened to spray on Gordy Farland's face. Big John was too fast, and his outburst was too sudden. Gordy was swearing and wiping his face, so he didn't notice the door plank coming at his head. Originally, with Big John's strength and the weight of the great sword, the giant killer's head should have exploded like a watermelon. But he was wearing an iron helmet, and the quality of the iron helmet was good, at least harder than his shoulder blades and sternum, so he became a coward. Plop! Gordy Farland's limbs twitched unconsciously as he fell to the ground. Only then did everyone recover from the shock. Bah! The great John spat on the corpse of the Red Heart Knight as if nothing had happened. He bent down and helped Aegon up from the ground, his face as pale as a sheet of paper. Aegon, Aegon, you cheat! Big John had just shouted twice when a spear stabbed at him like lightning. It hit the left side of his waist with a ding. The chain mail cushioned the impact of the sharp tip of the spear, and it only pierced 2 inches into his abdomen. Ah, be careful. It was only then that Meiji's warning came from behind. Awoo! Big John felt the coldness at his waist. He threw Aegon King back to the sedan like a rag doll, and swung the great sword in his hand in the direction of the spear. Richard, the knight with a face full of hatred. Richard's martial arts were not bad either. He let go of the spear and drew his sword to meet the attack. The 2 swords clashed. Crack! A scratching sound rang out. Stop! Big John, be careful! Meiji shouted again. This time, her warning was faster than the Knights of Flames, but the triggers of the 20 crossbows were still pulled. Chi chi chi! In an instant, Big John's body was full of arrows. He wailed and rolled on the ground like a bloody gourd. Less than half a minute had passed since Big John had launched his attack and turned him into a hornet's nest. The Knights of Blazing Flame and Red Heart were all seasoned warriors. They had followed Erlu to the north and south for many years. Not to mention how skilled they were in martial arts, they would never stand there and watch their general be cut down. After seeing Big John kill Gordy Farland, they almost subconsciously raised the crossbows hanging from their waists. Roar! Seeing Big John fall to the ground, Meiji, Gilbert, and the rest of the Northerners went crazy. They drew their swords and were about to charge over. Aunt May frowned. The ruby at her throat flashed red. She did not seem to make any other movements, but the red flames mixed with a large amount of black smoke separated from the burning weirwood and turned into a black and red smoke python. It charged brazenly into the middle of the rioting Northerners. Meiji and the 20 or so Northerners were burned by the smoke and fire. They screamed and ran away like rats. The red-robed woman did not want to kill anyone. She only covered their heads and faces in black smoke and ash before she stopped controlling the fire. In just a short while, hundreds of mercenaries with the blazing flame and red heart emblem on their chests charged into the forest of God's trees. They used spears, shields, and bows to surround the rioting Northerners. Yes, there were 2,000 Northerners in Snakewood City, but they mostly set up camp outside the city. Only people with status like Meiji could live in the stone castle. As for the people of the valley, King Aegon was not the son-in-law of the valley. Without the disguise of Leijiazi, the nobles of the valley would not be loyal to him at all. Erlu glared at the bound Northerners and said angrily, "Are you rebelling? You call protecting your own monarch rebellion?" Big John groaned. The chain mail and the inner layer of leather armor were of course not immune to the crossbow fire at close range. However, Big John had strong bones and muscles all over his body. The arrows pierced through the armor and got stuck in his flesh. He looked bloody and miserable, but there was no fatal wound. "Is he your monarch?" Erlu was furious. "Didn't I make myself clear? He may have a thin Targaryen bastard bloodline, but he is a standard foreign outsider. He may not be the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but he saved me in River Delta City. I don't care about the others, but I must save him today." John Amber's son was also called John Amber. Both John and Big John had participated in the bloody wedding. Little John was killed, but Big John was thick-skinned and did not die. It was only when Aegon and Sansa took River Delta City that he regained his freedom. Not only that, Aegon even helped him take revenge by hanging dozens of Freys. "Ah!" The great John roared angrily and began to struggle. The chains around his arms, legs, and neck rattled as he was dragged. 7 or 8 mercenaries swarmed over. Some grabbed his hands, some pressed his shoulders, and some even used their butts to sit on his face. Ow! Big John was pressed against the ground, unable to struggle at all. He could only let out a loud but powerless howl. "Sigh, you should understand that what you are doing is futile." Erlu's gaze softened as he sighed softly. "Ha, at least I killed that idiot knight who insulted him." Big John laughed bitterly. Richard's anger rose when he heard this. He rushed over and kicked Big John. Bang! The steel boot landed squarely on Big John's mouth. His lips and tongue were torn, and his front teeth were broken. "Stop!" Before the pockmarked knight could kick Big John a second time, Erlu snapped out of his daze and stopped him. Erlu frowned as he looked at his knight. Words of reprimand flowed into his throat from his heart, but he swallowed them back into his anus. "Sigh. You may have broken the king's laws, but you are still a brave and loyal man." Erlu sighed with a complicated expression. He pointed at Big John and said to the Knights of Red Heart, "Take him away and lock him in the dungeon. We will deal with him when Jon Stark returns. We will continue." "No, no, don't burn my son." A fat man in embroidered clothes staggered through the crowd, wailing in grief. Illyrio had arrived. Although he was the mastermind behind the exchange of princes, and Erlu had always wanted to take him down for trial, Jon's crime of impersonating Lei Jiazi had little to do with him. It really had nothing to do with Stark. Of course he did not like him, but he was still Sansa's father-in-law. These days, the fat man had been staying in the northern camp outside the city. He had limited freedom of movement. He could move about in Snakewood City, but he had to be under the protection of the northern guards. The heart tree of the Godwood Forest was a 1,000-year-old weirwood. It was over 20 meters tall, and when it burned, it looked like a candle stuck on a birthday cake. Snakewood City was that birthday cake. Anyone outside the city who was not blind would notice it. "We have already paid the ransom. Why are you going back on your word?" The Pentos trade prince's fat face twisted, his eyes spitting fire as he roared at Erlu. Erlu looked at him in disgust and turned to ask Aunt May, "Does he have the king's blood?" Aunt May shook her head. "The trade prince is an honorary title. His political power is equivalent to that of a senator. Even if he has the king's blood, it must be extremely thin." Erlu said coldly, "The ransom was paid for the defeated Aegon Targaryen. It has nothing to do with the war now. Your son impersonated Lei Jiazi and conspired to seize the Iron Throne. His crime is unforgivable. Aren't red dragons and black dragons all dragons?" The fat merchant said angrily. "You should say that to Dany Rise, to John Clinton, to Sansa Stark, and to all the nobles of the True Dragon Alliance." Erlu waved his hand. The blazing Redheart Knight carried the drooping Aegon to the bonfire. "Aegon, Aegon." Illyrio's eyes were red as he struggled against the two knights. 2 hands full of rings reached out desperately, as if trying to pull his son back. Aegon recovered from his rage and spat out blood. He turned to look at the fat face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. His cheeks, as pale as charcoal, flushed with excitement. This was the first time the two of them met after their identities were exposed. Aegon was looking forward to this moment as much as he was looking forward to Sansa's, "I don't care about your identity," and Aunt Dany's, "You are still my nephew," acknowledgement. So he began to struggle. He roared at Illyrio, "You lied to me. You ruined my life." Illyrio's heart felt like it was being stabbed. Tears streamed down his face. "I did it all for you. You deserve the best in the world." Dogs hit. Aegon's expression twisted. "The best in dogs hit. I pursued the Iron Throne because I was told my life's mission from the time I could remember to take back the honor that the Targaryens had lost, to avenge my parents and sister. Rhaegar, who died in Theon's rebellion, was my father. Elia, who was raped and killed by Lannister, was my mother. Rhaenys, who was chopped into pieces, was my sister. The Iron Throne that was usurped belonged to me. These are the reasons why I have always wanted to return to the Westeros. From the moment I was born, you draped me in the guise of a ghost. My dreams were given to me by you. My fate was twisted by you. Now you tell me that this is for my own good? I would rather be a fisherman by the Rhone River for the rest of my life. At least I can truly live, with my own identity." Illyrio seemed to have been hit by an oncoming truck. His body swayed as he clutched his chest. "You are the grandson of Demon Blackfyre. You have the noble bloodline of Aegon IV and Diana Targaryen. You should inherit the legacy of your ancestors. Your mother once told me that you should become a noble prince." He. Aegon looked up and laughed maniacally. "Retribution, retribution. You and Varys' plan drove Viserys crazy and caused Dany and Rhys to suffer. The turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms over the years was most likely caused by you, right? Thousands of innocent people have died. Now retribution has come. Burn me. Burn me. Even the seven hells are not enough for me. Only the evil God Arg Aegon." "No," the fatty stretched out his neck and wailed. When they heard the interaction between Aegon and Illyrio, including Erlu and Aunt May, the Red Heart Knights of Blazing Flames, the onlookers from the Northern Territory, and the people from the Valley were all enjoying the show. However, how could the believers of the Red God tolerate someone insulting R'hllor? Without waiting for King Aegon to finish his last sentence, the two knights who were holding him down pushed him into the sea of fire with all their might. Ah, Holy Mother of Mercy! Aegon was bathed in flames as he rolled back and forth on the burning firewood. The realization of being in the evil god's hell was thrown out of his mind as he began to shout for the Holy Mother of Mercy. The night is long, and danger is everywhere. Fortunately, there is Allah, who overflows me. Aunt May recited the Red God ritual again, and the Red Heart Knights around her followed suit. It formed a strange harmony with Aegon's wails and Illyrio's curses, and cries. There seemed to be a gluttonous monster hidden in the fire. Aegon's pain from his soul was its food. It once again extended its shadow tentacles greedily and wrapped them around the rolling Aegon in the bright fire. The red fire and the pitch-black shadow swayed happily in the fire, as if it was extracting something from Aegon's body. The fire was clearly soaring into the sky, but the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if their souls were being tightly grasped by the shadow. Gods, what kind of monster is that? Meiji, who was forced to kneel on the ground by the mercenaries, was pale as if she had fallen into an icy abyss. The Red God believer beside her said proudly, "This is Lalo's Majesty, Roar, majestic heavenly dragon." Suddenly, a roar came from the sky. It was majestic, holy, and grand. Chapter 7:16. Dragon Queen wasn't in a good state of mind recently. Nephew Gu falling into the enemy's hands was one thing. After all, Nephew Gu existed to lie in the mines. She had tried her best to save him. Erlu wouldn't dare to take his life, at least she thought. But the loss of contact with the dwarf outside Meereen was very troublesome. She was waiting for news from him to adjust her battle plan. Before she could come up with a plan, something happened at the king's landing again. Big Sparrow died tragically under the wildfire bomb. This was really unexpected. When she saw Big Sparrow again, she was dumbfounded. How did this guy die again? Big Sparrow was the holy son with 250 piety. His soul broke free from the pull of the death domain and entered the seven gods' paradise, the seven gods' faith pool, the seat of the seven gods' divine kingdom. After that, Aegon's eldest nephew was completely gone. His identity was exposed. Naturally, he was no longer the Dragon Queen's nephew. Dragon Queen missed the dwarf even more. Although he was small, his survival ability was very strong. He would definitely be a stronger and sturdier shield than Aegon. In the end, a bolt from the blue and the long night really came. Like Aunt May, she also sensed the change from beyond the Great Wall. She wasn't sure how Aunt May felt. In Dany's spiritual sense, at that moment, the sun seemed to have been shot by an arrow, or slashed by a knife, hitting a vital point. Or maybe it was poisoned by time and suddenly became old and decayed. In short, no matter what the reason was, the sun in the sky didn't have long to live and was about to die completely. This was the sign of the long night. As for King Strange Ghost, maybe it was too far away. Maybe she didn't have any prophecy skills. She didn't know at all and didn't feel anything. Let's put it this way. Because of the long night, King Strange Ghost, who was previously hiding somewhere, went out to relax. Instead of King Strange Ghost going out, the long night appeared with it. Even when Bran was being hunted down by King Strange Ghost, Stark and his siblings fused into the Vidra-Gord brothers, and then fought against the Green Prophet's imprint to grind down Bran's willpower. She didn't know about this series of actions either. After that, King Strange Ghost followed Areas Will and joined the Stark family to counterattack the Green Prophet's seal. Dany still didn't notice. Until the very last moment. Dany had already condensed the Song of Wind, and the birth of the first Green Prophet came from the children of the forest who listened to the Song of Wind of the Door God. It could be said that Wind's song was the origin of the Green Prophet. As such, when the Green Prophet's seal shattered, she felt it far more clearly than Melisandre. At that moment, the sky seemed to have collapsed for Westeros. At that moment, she was both shocked and at a loss. She was also pleasantly surprised, as if a pie had fallen on her head. The Green Prophet's seal had always been monopolized by the three-eyed crows. Others couldn't even see it, at least, Dany had never sensed its existence. She had condensed the Song of Wind, and had even become a wind demigod. But now, not only was it touched by the enemy, it was even shattered. How could she not be shocked and at a loss? However, after the Green Prophet's seal shattered, a few shards traveled thousands of miles and landed in her backyard, on the weirwood tree trunk in her backyard. That tree trunk came from the Green Prophet's shelter. In the stone room where the weirwood seeds grew, Dany chanted a sacrificial song, and the tree trunk automatically fell off from its roots. The roots that bore the weirwood seeds belonged to the former weirwood god, who was also the door god. The fire elemental spirit, Little Mist, revived it, and the tree trunk became a tree. Melisandre Mormont treated it as a tree and prayed devoutly. The tree was connected to Westeros. Every weirwood was like a signal tower, listening to information from a certain range from the wind. Countless signal towers were connected to form an information network, which was managed by the Green Prophet who had received the inheritance. The weirwood tree trunk in Myreen's Pyramid Garden was connected to the Green Prophet's information network, but Dany didn't gain much benefit. She could only observe what happened within 10 meters of the weirwood tree. For example, if Ji-Chi sat on the lawn in the afternoon and ate melon seeds, Dany could see her slacking off when she went home at night. If Ji-Chi was happy in the swimming pool, Dany couldn't see it because the swimming pool was more than 10 meters away from the weirwood tree trunk. Even if the weirwood tree trunk's signal tower had a weak effect, it was still connected to the tree towers of the Westeros. When the Green Prophet's seal was shattered, the shards didn't disappear into the air. In other words, the Green Prophet's information network, was another dimension, the tree dimension. The Green Prophet's seal had always existed in it. Now that it was shattered, the shards were scattered in the tree dimension. The weirwood tree trunk that sprouted in Danny's backyard was also part of the Westeros tree dimension. Also, because it came from the root of the door god, Danny's weirwood cane inherited a rich inheritance, which was close to 1% of the total number of seal shards. At that moment, the persimmon trees, apple trees, mango trees, as well as the flowers and grass in the garden swayed together and sang a cheerful song in the wind. The song was sung by the fire spirit Little Fog. If other people came into contact with the seals of the Green Prophet's will, no matter how strong their will was, they would have a 99% chance of being assimilated. But Dany was different. She was an expert in dealing with the will of the evil god. After losing the control of the three-eyed crow and coming to Meereen, which was thousands of miles away from the Westeros, how could the steel seal-like will in the shards resist? They were crushed, burned, bestowed with a spirit. They were all turned into resources and entered Dany's wind song subsoul. When Dany became a wind demigod, the Green Prophet's second soul turned into a wind belt. The wind song's divinity didn't increase by much, and Dany had to comprehend it herself. It was like eating a pig's brain to nourish the brain, but it definitely wouldn't increase the pig's experience and knowledge. Well, Dany and Bran used different methods to use the Green Prophet's seal. Dany ate it and absorbed its nutrients, while Bran connected the pig's brain to his own, which was equivalent to adding another pig's brain. Generally speaking, Bran used the seal more efficiently, while Dany wasted a natural treasure recklessly. But there weren't any side effects, and her will wouldn't be affected. But the pig's brain was too nutritious, and Dany's wind song subsoul's body increased by 100 times, and she ate until she became fat. Currently, her sea of consciousness was filled with all kinds of wind, such as breezes, strong gales, hurricanes, tornadoes, and so on. Her wind song subsoul was somewhat similar to Dor God's divine domain filled with storms back then, forming the prototype of the divine domain of wind. The increase in her divine power was one thing, but the other benefit was even greater: the Westeros loved her even more. Don't think that the Westeros were a cesspool, but they were the door of the world, and had a special meaning. Otherwise, why would the long night start from the Westeros? Why would the old gods gather there? The love of the Westeros, more accurately, was the blessing of the Westeros world consciousness. To be more direct, the seal of the Green Prophet was equivalent to the creation jade disk of the Westeros. Yep, it was a simplified version of the heavenly axiom controller. The love of the Westeros gave Dany two benefits. First, when she was in the Westeros, her cultivation speed would become faster. Second, she had a general sense of the Westeros. She couldn't be omniscient about the Westeros like the three-eyed crow, because the shares she received were too little. Also, she didn't fuse with the fragment of the Green Prophet's seal, but absorbed it through spiritual bestowment. A hatchet could chop firewood, but when the hatchet was melted into iron and then forged into steel, the steel would lose the hatchet's ability to chop firewood. The fragment that Dany absorbed wasn't the Green Prophet's seal, so she couldn't be omniscient. But Dany was the mother of the seven gods. If she and Blackie entered the dragon spirit state, they could faintly sense the prayers of the seven gods' devout believers. Just like in the Seven Kingdoms, there were already more than 100 monks who received blessings from the Holy Mother through their prayers. In the past, the seven gods could only listen to the prayers of believers with more than 200 piety points at any time and place. They didn't need to be in the Holy Church, and they didn't need the believers to face the Holy Mother statue. They could only respond to the prayers of true believers with more than 10 piety points, but they needed the Holy Church, which had a long history and rich power of faith. They also needed the believers to sincerely pray to the Holy Mother statue. But now, things were different. After receiving a portion of the love of the Westeros, Blackie and Dany's dragon spirit sensed the believers, so much so that they could fly. If the communication between the 7 gods and their believers was compared to information exchange on the internet, then Blackie used the phone line plus cat mode to communicate with the believers. Not only was it slow, but it was also extremely expensive. It was so expensive that the Holy Mother Dani could only bestow divine arts to monks with more than 200 piety points. For example, the Big Sparrow had 250 piety points. He contributed 100 points of power of faith to the pool of faith. Dani deducted 50 points and gave them to Blackie. The remaining 50 points were stored in the pool of faith and belonged to the Big Sparrow. When the Big Sparrow needed to use divine arts, all the stored 50 points were transferred to him. He thought he got 50 points, but in fact, only 25 points were actually used, and the remaining 25 points were consumed in the process of transfer. Not only would the divine arts bestowed by the gods be consumed, but even the power of faith provided by the believers when they prayed to the 7 gods would also be consumed. Dani received 100 points of power of faith from the Big Sparrow. Maybe the Big Sparrow contributed 120 points, and the remaining 20 points were lost in maintaining the channel of faith. The Big Sparrow was the Holy Sun. The channels of faith of other believers were far more thin than his, and the consumption was greater. Therefore, Dani could only bless the saints with more than 200 piety points. That was the era of the phone line internet. But now, it had changed. After being favored by the heavenly axiom, the connection between the 7 gods and their believers instantly surpassed 3G and entered the 4G era. The speed and efficiency were increased dozens of times, and the cost was reduced dozens of times. Originally, in the state of the Holy Mother with the big black dragon, there were only a few hundred red dots distributed in the land of sunset in the west. Now, the red dots were densely packed and stacked, and countless information poured into the 7 gods' minds. They were all the prayers of the believers. They couldn't sense it before, but now that they had entered the 4G era, they could do live broadcasts anytime and anywhere. However, there was too much information for Dani's human brain to process. It was like 10,000 mosquitoes buzzing around her. But the big nephew's cry was too sad and desperate, and she was very familiar with him. Therefore, she responded to the big nephew and established a connection with him. The big nephew, who was rolling in the flames, saw the Holy Mother. "O 7 gods, the Holy Mother is so kind, so gentle, and a little familiar, the Holy Mother is merciful." He wailed. "Holy Mother, save me." He asked the Holy Mother for help. Then, Dani discovered in shock and anger that a familiar evil aura was entangled around her dear big nephew. It was Lalo. Lalo, the shadow devil, was extracting the power in his bloodline and corrupting his soul. Erlu, that square-jawed guy, dared to sacrifice her cute big nephew? Dani was furious. Fine, he was no longer her big nephew. But even if the family was gone, the favor was still there. There had never been any family before. The exposure of her big nephew's identity didn't affect Dani's love for him at all. Because she never treated him as family. It was the 4G era, and the transmission speed and efficiency of godly power had increased dozens of times. She didn't have any family love for her big nephew, but for him, she was willing to waste a lot of the 7 gods' godly power. Chapter 717. Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. The burning weirwood was like a candlelight on the earth. Flames that were 20 to 30 meters high rose. Suddenly, a grand, majestic, and sacred voice came from the sky. It was like the evening drum and the morning bell. It was so loud that it cleansed everyone's souls. In an instant, everyone's fear of the twisted black shadow in the fire disappeared. They looked up and saw a platinum palm the size of a bed for 2 falling from the sky. It slapped the struggling and wailing Emperor Aegon. Boom, the red flames around them exploded. Sparks flew, charcoal flew, and smoke filled the sky. It was as if a missile had hit Emperor Aegon. At the same time, the black shadow tentacles that were wrapped around its body exploded. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The black shadow twisted and made a sound that scratched the soul. The Red Heart Knights who were chanting the Red God's sacrifice suddenly stopped. They were stunned and did not know what to do. The people of the Northern Territory, the people of the valley, and the mercenaries from the other side of the narrow sea were also shocked. "What's going on?" Erlu exclaimed. Rustle, 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 while everyone was still in shock, the surrounding flames were pulled by a mysterious force. They quickly gathered above Emperor Aegon's twitching charred corpse. They condensed into a ferocious megalosaurus with its eyes wide open. As a large amount of flames were absorbed into the flaming megalosaurus body, its figure gradually turned from an illusion to a solid form. Aunt May's gaze sharpened. The ruby at her Adam's apple shone with a bright red light. Swoosh, 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 before the megalosaurus, which was a combination of flames and divine power of faith, turned into a solid form. Hundreds of thin and long black shadows stretched out from the flames like hedgehogs. They pierced into the megalosaurus body like spears. Boom! The megalosaurus exploded into countless small fireballs and fell from the sky. Dany made a perfect entrance with her voice. However, when she showed her face, she failed to show off. The flaming megalosaurus exploded, leaving behind a milky white ball of light that emitted a holy radiance. A thought from the seven gods. Instead of reforming the megalosaurus, Dany directly appeared in front of the world in the form of a holy light ball. She roared, "How dare you, demon! How dare you sacrifice my holy knight in my blessed land? Ah, Holy Mother!" Some nobles in the valley suddenly came to their senses and knelt on the ground. They were so excited that their faces were covered with tears. They shouted in a trembling voice, "The Holy Mother has come to the world." "Wow!" the crowd exclaimed, "Gods, the seven gods have descended. The evil god has lured the Holy Mother here. Aegon is a holy knight blessed by the seven gods. He is a disciple of the seven gods." Some of the nobles who knew about the Holy Knight's seal suddenly realized. "Mother of mercy, save my son." Ignoring the fact that he had never believed in the seven gods before, Illyrio was like a drowning man grasping at straws, crying out with unprecedented devotion. There was no need for him to make a fuss. Since the Dragon Queen had come, of course she would not let nephew Gu end up in such a miserable state. Buzz buzz, the night sky where the crescent moon was hidden suddenly scattered a misty silver light that almost covered the entire forest of divine trees. Then, the silver light condensed into a milky white, holy pillar of light that landed on the body of the moaning, charred figure in the fire pit. At the same time, a golden seven-pointed star rune lit up between Aegon's eyebrows. The Holy Knight's seal appeared. Spirituality poured into his sea of consciousness, helping to repair his broken soul. There was healing on the outside and soul repair on the inside. It seemed that Aegon was really going to be reborn. Seven gods. Erlu, who had always been expressionless, looked at the red-robed woman with a panicked expression. "The seven gods are fake. Throw a dagger at her." Aunt May laughed coldly. "What?" Erlu was puzzled. Aunt May turned around and pointed at the dragon bone tile dagger at Erlu's waist. "Dany Lilith is playing tricks. Throw a dagger at her." "Dany Lilith?" The fear on Erlu's face disappeared. He ground his teeth, his eyes full of shame and anger. He felt that he had been deceived and humiliated. He pulled out the ransom Dany had given to Asha Greyjoy, rushed to the fire, and threw the dagger as hard as he could. Whoosh! It hit the ball of light. It was clearly an illusory ball of light, but it seemed to pass through a ball of cotton candy. The dagger passed through the ball of light, taking a handful of milky white light with it. Then it lost its momentum and fell into the fire pit not far away. The tile weapon was indeed the best anti-magic weapon in the world. Even the Holy Mother of Divine Light, Dany, was fatally wounded. "Ah! Heretic of the evil god, how dare you blaspheme against the seven gods!" The ball of light expanded and contracted. The majestic and angry voice directly entered everyone's ears. It was like a series of thunderbolts in their minds, shaking their minds and causing them to be in a state of panic. I will curse you deeply. Heretic will never be able to ascend the Iron Throne. Boom! Saint Danny's thoughts suddenly exploded. The milky white ball of light exploded, turning into countless specks of white light and disappearing into the night. Well, this was the reason why there were very few gods in the Song of Ice and Fire world who showed up in public. Danny was now in her true god state. The descent of a god was supposed to be a scene of divine light, but the laws of this world were too unfriendly to supernatural powers. A tile dagger could easily kill a god. What was even more frustrating was that the tile dagger with a dragon bone handle originally belonged to Danny. No wonder the people of Valeglia would rather use tile to forge sphinx statues than let tile weapons out on a large scale. The ball of light exploded, and the pillar of light enveloping King Aegon disappeared. The flames and shadows were like living monsters, once again spreading toward Aegon, igniting him and entangling him. The terrifying demonic shadow once again enveloped everyone's minds. Suddenly, a knight of the valley seemed to wake up from a dream. His face twisted as he shouted in horror, Stannis is attacking the Holy Mother. Blasphemy, blasphemy. The priest of Snakewood City's small sanctuary was heartbroken as he cried and cursed. Heretics will never be able to ascend the Iron Throne. When Erlu burned the god wood, the people of the valley were indifferent. When Aegon was burned, they were also indifferent. But the 7 gods were their mainstream religion. How big of a miracle was the descent of the Holy Mother? But it was blasphemed by the heretics and the shadow evil god. Heretics, blasphemy. Heretics, blasphemy. Westeros don't need a blasphemous king. Almost all the knights and nobles of the valley shouted along. Erlu's fingers cracked as he chewed through his gums. Your Majesty, why don't we sacrifice them all? Aunt May moved close to his ear and suggested. Erlu's expression was uncertain. After a while, he changed the topic and asked, can the dragon egg still hatch? Of course. Aunt May raised the stone egg high. A black shadow hung down from the stone egg like roots. The eggshell shattered at a visible rate, revealing a slowly wriggling creature with black and red scales inside. The mystic dragon has been born. Erlu was overjoyed. Mystic dragon, mystic dragon, mystic dragon. The blazing red heart knight, who had been silent for a long time, shouted fanatically again. At this moment, another change occurred. An inexplicable pressure suddenly enveloped the godwood. It was as if there was an invisible but substantial mountain floating above their heads. Above Aegon King Jiaosu's corpse, 30 meters from the ground, a golden light outlined dotted lines as if it was a 3D projection. Then, it filled in the details along the dotted lines and finally constructed a lifelike huge stone gate. The gate was in the style of a Chinese archway. The pillars on both sides were carved with the pattern of a heptagram. At the top, there was a plaque with the words, Mountain Paradise, written in Westeros. Ah 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 ah, an ethereal and tender female voice came from behind the gate. A faint sadness instantly filled everyone's heart. Little Fog had spiritualized and was pulled into the space of the 7 gods by Dragon Queen to act as a singer to set the atmosphere. The Children of the Forest's original name was, People Who Sing the Earth. They had no other skills, but their singing was definitely top-notch. Even Dragon Queen couldn't help but be intoxicated by it, let alone ordinary people. A clean and pure city in the sky made the whole world quiet down. Erlu and Aunt May were also intoxicated. They were temporarily immersed in the song and subconsciously didn't want to wake up. Creak, the milky white gate opened, and endless soft golden light poured out. The golden light fell on King Aegon's corpse. All the shadows that touched it screamed and fled back into the flames. Finally, Aunt May woke up, and Erlu also came back to his senses. At this time, the golden light had already formed a staircase between the gate of heaven and King Aegon's corpse. Ah! A valley knight suddenly shouted in disbelief. Someone walked out of the gate. No, it wasn't the Holy Mother. A tall and skinny old man with gray hair walked out. The old man's face had deep wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife. His thin cheeks looked somewhat cold and serious, but his eyes were very gentle, like a spring breeze, like the silent gaze of a grandmother. His attire was extremely simple. Apart from a white robe, he didn't wear anything else. A pair of dark and rough feet were exposed. The old man's entire body was covered in a layer of holy white light. It sparkled but wasn't dazzling. Holy Father. The old Snakewood city cultivator knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly. Holy Father! Everyone was about to follow suit, but the valley knight from before interrupted them loudly. He's not the Holy Father, he's the Great Sparrow. So the Great Sparrow ascended to heaven. Gah! The old cultivator's shout stopped abruptly. Isn't the Great Sparrow dead? He said blankly. That's not a living person, but a Holy Spirit. It's because he's dead that we can see him at the gate of Mountain Paradise. Is he guarding the gate of Mountain Paradise? Some northerners were puzzled. What's wrong with guarding the gate? It's also an honor to be guarding the gate of Mountain Paradise. The knight who believed in the 7 gods said indignantly. No, he's not guarding the gate. The old cultivator shook his head and shouted excitedly, the Great Sparrow is heaven's guide, just like the 7 stars Bible described. The Holy Mother looks at us with a smile, the sound of heaven rings, the gate of heaven opens, and the Holy Spirit guides the souls of the dead into heaven. Speaking of this, he seemed to have realized something. Aegon is going to ascend to heaven too. 7 gods above, he can ascend to heaven too. Isn't the requirement of ascending to heaven too low? The old cultivator was conflicted. Before he finished, the Great Sparrow had walked to the bottom of the stairs and reached out his strong hand that was like a withered branch. Like fishing for the moon in the water, he fished up a tall and strong silver-haired young man from the air on King Aegon's burnt face. Ah, it's exactly like the Bible. The Great Sparrow is going to guide Aegon to heaven. However, Aegon was not in a good state at this moment. His spiritual body was riddled with holes and entangled by dense shadows that looked like blood-sucking leeches. Some of the shadow leeches had already drilled into Aegon's spiritual body, and some of them were still hanging outside. It was a horrifying sight. All the people around, including the Knight of Red Heart, felt that their blood was freezing. They could never imagine that the blood sacrifice of Lalo could be so evil. The Great Sparrow widened his eyes in fury and slapped the head of Aegon, who had a painful expression on his face, with his other hand. Chapter 7:18. Big Sparrow clamped Aegon's shoulder with his left hand and slapped his head with his right hand. A dazzling white flame spurted out from his palm. The white flame spread from Aegon's head down, burning all the way. His spiritual body twisted in the holy flame, and his face twisted in pain. He opened his mouth and howled, but no one could understand the sound from his soul. However, the effect of the white flames was indeed powerful. Those black tentacles, whether they had drilled into Aegon's body or hung on him, did not escape the burning flames. Crackling, 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 they exploded into black mist and dissipated in the white flames. Damn it! Erlu cursed and asked the red-robed woman beside him with his hand on the hilt of his sword, can only steel weapons attack these illusions? The red sword was created before steel was invented. It's very effective against deviant ghosts, but... Aunt May said uncertainly, why don't you go and try? Erlu was bold and fearless. He pulled out the light emissary, which was glowing with a strange red light. His eyes were firm as he strode toward Holy Sparrow. Ah! The Knight of Valley was furious. Blasphemy! Blasphemy! Heathen! Believer of evil God! Protect Holy Disciple Big Sparrow! The old cultivator of Snakewood City shouted. Then, He was about to charge at the defense line of the Red Heart Knights when pockmarked face Richard slapped his forehead with the back of his sword, and he fainted. Actually, there was no need for the believer's protection. After receiving King Aegon's soul, the stairs made of golden light went up automatically, almost as if they were running away. Illusion. It must be an illusion. How could the stairs of heaven run away? However, when Erlu came to the fire with anger, Holy Sparrow had already brought the confused King Aegon into the gate of Mountain Paradise. He couldn't reach them. Moreover, Holy Sparrow and Aegon didn't stay for long. After they disappeared, the milky white gate of Mountain Paradise slowly closed. The gate that looked like it was made of stone gradually faded and was about to disappear. Danny Alice, I know you're behind this. Come out, come out. Erlu waved his flaming sword, looked around, and roared. Will I come out and let you chop me? Danny had already seen the consequences of not running away immediately after acting tough. She didn't want to use her spirit body to resist his demonic sword again. Is he crazy? Why is she called Dragon Queen when she's one of the 7 gods? He's trying to twist the truth and shirk responsibility. Blasphemy. Erlu's brave and fearless behavior deeply angered the people of the valley. Don't go, Holy Mother, Big Sparrow, come down and fight with the Red God King. Well, only the people of the valley believed in the 7 gods, while the people of the northern region were just watching from the sidelines, complaining that the melons weren't ripe yet. They were quite dissatisfied with Mountain Paradise's retreat. Great mighty heavenly dragon plus Buddha's palm was so eye-catching and unexpected, and Mountain Paradise's light and shadow were so splendid with the background music. Everybody was expecting the 7 gods to teach the blasphemous King of Fire and Red Heart a lesson, but you're retreating in silence. Danny was also very dissatisfied with the arrival of the gods this time. A thought of the 7 gods was hurt by a dagger. Wasn't it too cowardly? At this moment, there should be a thunderbolt from the sky, and a chain of lightning should smash Erlu, who was yelling and pulling out his sword. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. The gate of faith at this moment consumed enough power of faith for Big Sparrow to pray devoutly for 10 years. The Holy Father said that faith belongs to the 7 gods, and the fight between the royal power and the secular world belongs to the believers themselves. He will only be the final judge. Fortunately, every castle in Westeros had a forest of divine trees, and every family that believed in the 7 gods also built a sacred hall, and there were monks in every sacred hall. After Holy Mother Danny ran away after acting tough, a follower patched up her behavior and gave a perfect explanation in line with the doctrine. The old monk was knocked out by Richard before, and now he woke up slowly. Hearing the blasphemy of the northern region barbarians against the 7 gods, he began to lecture them seriously. The soul of Saint Aegon has been saved by the Holy Mother from the evil gods. He has fulfilled his promise to the believers' faith belongs to the 7 gods. The fight against the blasphemer Stannis belongs to us, to all the believers of the 7 gods in Westeros. We will form an armed church, call on all the nobles of the 7 kingdoms, launch a holy war, and defend the glory of the 7 gods. Clang, 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 the sound of a large number of swords being unsheathed sounded. Well, it was not that the people of the valley were inspired by the old monk and wanted to rebel against Erlu, but that the Red Heart Knights were so angry that they pulled out their swords and wanted to cut the old monk. You are threatening me, but I am not afraid. The old man held his head high, his expression firm, and said word by word. Aunt May raised her chin and said lightly, it just so happens that the dragon egg needs some time to hatch, and the priests of the 7 gods can also please the great King of Light. Immediately, 2 Red Heart Knights stepped out, dragged the old monk's thin body, and threw him into the raging fire. Ah, Holy Mother, show us your miracles. The old monk was bathed in fire, but he opened his arms and embraced death, loudly shouting the name of the Holy Mother. Even though the shadow touch slithered over like a snake, wrapped around his body, and extracted his soul, his eyes were still firm and fearless. He firmly believed that the Holy Mother would not let him down. Even the fake Prince Aegon could go to heaven, so he must be more pious than Aegon, and more loved by the Holy Mother. Such a firm soul made Lalo even happier. The eggshell in Aunt May's hand quickly fell off, revealing a monster the size of a kitten. Mountain Paradise did not appear again. Sorry, Holy Mother Dany went offline, she could not hear or see. Even if she could hear or see, she would not save him, because his soul was not worth saving. Saving Aegon was not because of how pious Aegon was, but because he was related to the 7 gods, which meant that he got in through the back door. Most of the time, it was so sad to place one's hopes completely on the gods. Therefore, a gentleman must constantly strive for self-improvement. It was better to rely on oneself than on the gods. The demon dragon, a demon dragon really hatched? The old cultivator was a nobody with no background. His soul fell into the evil god's hell in despair, but it only shocked and saddened the others for a while. Soon, the birth of the demon dragon attracted everyone's attention. Demon dragon, this is the great Light King's gift to the child of prophecy. Finally, her wish of hatching the demon dragon was fulfilled. Aunt May held the baby dragon up high in excitement. Demon dragon. Erlu's eyes were filled with passion. He took a few steps forward, reached out his hand, and gently stroked the black dragon's head that did not even open its eyes. Feeling the scalding temperature of the dragon's head, Erlu excitedly announced, "It's the resurrected Black Death God Balerion." In Westeros, Balerion was deeply rooted in people's hearts like this. Bang! While he was excited, Erlu felt a hot, wet pain in his palm. When he looked again, he was shocked to see that the newborn demon dragon's head had exploded. It was as if a firecracker had been stuffed into its head. What's going on? Then, something even more terrifying happened. The little dragon with black and red scales decayed visibly. Its scales fell off, its flesh rotted, and maggots as thick as a finger crawled out of its organs. Before they could crawl out completely, the white maggots trembled and died. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the newborn dragon turned into a puddle of stinky black blood. Aunt May held the sticky and cold corpse water. Her expression was blank, and she did not know what to do. Erlu's face was pale. Despair and pain flashed across his eyes. No, it shouldn't be like this. The red-robed woman muttered to herself. Then, she brought the stinky black, red, and yellow corpse water to her mouth and drank it in one gulp. Oh, not in one gulp. She held it in her mouth and used her pink tongue to lick and taste it. Gulp! In the end, she swallowed the liquid and smiled bitterly. It died long ago. It died hundreds of years ago. This was a dead egg. It had lost its vitality more than 100 years ago, so it was forgotten by Targaryen in the Dragon Cave. Lalo answered the prayers of the believers and hatched the stone egg. He did it. He brought a corpse that had been dead for 100 years to the human world. It was also because it had been dead for more than 100 years that it rotted so quickly in Melisandre's hands. But Erlu was unwilling to accept this result. You said that a demon dragon can be hatched from a stone, not a rotten dragon corpse that has been dead for 100 years. Aunt May could not give an answer. She could only look for Lalo in the flames for inspiration. Lalo really responded to her. By the fireplace, Aunt May said dejectedly, other than Dany and Rise, no one can bring a dead megalosaurus back to the human world. Why? Is the great king of light inferior to a mere mortal? Erlu's eyes were bloodshot. Dany and Rise are not mortals. She usurped the position of the 7 gods and is a demigod herself. She also has a special talent. It was not an accident that she could hatch a dragon. It was the mission given to her by God to bring a megalosaurus back to the human world. If that is the case, then choose her as the savior. Erlu's voice was full of resentment. You have always said that only with the help of the demon dragon can we end the long night. Now that I am destined to not have a megalosaurus, what kind of child of prophecy am I? 2 days had passed since the day of the sacrifice. Sansa and Jon in the Moon Gate Castle received the news and rushed back. After learning that Aegon had died tragically, Sansa fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she looked at Erlu's eyes. Erlu, who had always been strong-willed, could not help but feel his heart tremble a few times. He avoided that extremely venomous gaze. Jon's reaction was also unexpectedly fierce. If it was not for the fact that he had confirmed repeatedly that Aegon's soul had returned to the Seven Gods' paradise, Jon would have led the Northerners away from Erlu's team. Actually, the two of them were basically in a team now. If it was not for the fact that they had a common enemy in Cersei, they would have gone their separate ways long ago. If he could hatch the demon dragon, the price he paid would have been worth it. However, he had offended Jon and Sansa, and he had come out empty-handed. He only received endless hatred and curses. This made Erlu very frustrated. Aunt May looked hesitant. Actually, there is another way to obtain an adult demigod-level demon dragon. An adult demigod-level demon dragon? Erlu opened his mouth wide and said in disbelief, "Is there such a demon dragon in this world?" "Yes, and it is in your hands," Aunt May said softly. "Speak more clearly," Erlu said with a frown. Aunt May's eyes flashed with an excited red light. Her red lips said softly, "Dragon Binder." "Dragon Binder?" Erlu frowned. "Isn't that the horn?" "There is a dragon's soul in the horn, Vargol." Aunt May emphasized excitedly, not Vargol of the Targaryen family, but one of the 3 oldest megalosaurus in this era, Vargol. "What's the use of just one dragon's soul?" "A soul and a corpse." "Your Majesty, what have you thought of?" Aunt May said with a strange smile. "Resurrection." Jon was resurrected in this way. Erlu's eyes were deep. He remembered the Dragon Queen's mocking words to him that day in the Wolfswood. Jon, who was resurrected by Lalo, is the real child of prophecy. You are just cannon fodder in the king's vanguard. Maybe all your efforts will be taken advantage of by him. Is Jon Stark the child of prophecy? Chapter 719. Tell me the truth. Is Jon Stark the child of prophecy? What? Erlu's question came too suddenly, and Aunt May was at a loss for a moment. Dany Rhys once told me that Jon Stark, who was resurrected from the dead, is the child of prophecy, and I am just, like how Illyrio treated Dany Rhys and Viserys, they are just the pawns of the fake Aegon, paving the way for the true king. Erlu's gaze was not sharp, and his tone was not strict. However, his pupils were almost imprinted into Melisandre's red eyes, and his words were as direct as a sword, not beating around the bush at all. I once thought that he was. Aunt May could not hide it. After all, the talkative Dragon Queen had told Erlu everything. I was wrong. She smiled bitterly. You know, there are prophecies in the flames, but most of them are illusions to deceive people. The night is long, and there are dangers everywhere. The evilness of the human heart is even greater than the cold geography of the north. The Great Wall is the territory of the Es god, and my divination was disrupted by the servant of the god of frost. He tried to make me give up on the real child of prophecy, which is you, and instead waste my energy and time on a believer of the Es god, so as to avoid the ending of the night by the Savior. Fortunately, the great King of Light guided me out of the wrong path and prevented the world from falling into eternal calamity. Melisandre was not lying. She really thought that her mistake was related to the three-eyed crow. Lalo held the final right to interpret the prophecy. If he said that it was an illusion, then it was an illusion. Only the revelation that he acknowledged was a revelation. It was not that he wanted to deceive Aunt May. If he could, he would directly tell her all the secrets related to Jon, as well as the deviations in the predetermined destiny. Just like Dany, she knew a lot of secrets and often shared them with her underlings. If you did not make things clear, how could your followers accurately understand what you meant and complete the mission perfectly? However, Lalo was too far away from the material world previously, making it difficult for him to communicate directly with his believers. Most of the time, the messages Lalo sent to Aunt May were misinterpreted by her. The prophecy couldn't be wrong, only the interpretation of the prophecy was wrong. Erlu took a deep look at the priestess and reluctantly accepted her explanation. After confirming his identity as the child of prophecy once again, he began to ask about the mage's dragon mount that was part of the savior equipment set. The body of the dragon soul in the horn has been dead for thousands of years. How can it be revived? We have pterosaurs. Pterosaur? Erlu asked doubtfully. What's the point of reviving a pterosaur? Have you read Friar Bath's The Unnatural History of the Dragon? Aunt May asked. Erlu pursed his lips and said impatiently, that book is very famous. I've heard of it before, but the content of the book is absurd and evil. It was banned by Saint Bailey. It's not absurd. The Targaryens moved to Dragonstone Island 400 years ago. When they left Valeglia, of course, they did not forget the family's collection of books that had been accumulated over thousands of years. Many of Valeglia's secrets were recorded in those books. For example, the masonry techniques used to build Dragonstone Island and the magic arcane techniques used to mine volcanoes. For example, the secret of the origin of the mages. Friar Bath was once the manager of the Royal Library and was a close friend of King Rui. He had the opportunity to come into contact with those rare books. Therefore, the unnatural history of the dragon has a high reference value. If Friar Bath dared to publish such a book before Valeglia was destroyed, not only would he not be able to survive, even the Targaryens would be implicated. What's the point of saying this now? Those books have been burned by Saint Bailey long ago, Erlu said impatiently. If you had read that book, you wouldn't be asking so many questions now. Aunt May sighed inwardly and said directly, the mages of this era were born from blood witchcraft. The ancestors of Valeglia fused pterosaurs and dragon worms to form the first megalosaurus. After that, the first megalosaurus gave birth to all the megalosaurus in Valeglia. And Vargal in the dragon binder's horn was one of the first megalosaurus. Vargal's soul, body, and bloodline all came from a pterosaur. And when the first Valeglia used blood witchcraft as a sacrifice, it was the former Lord of Fire, the current Lord of Light, the great Lord Lalo. So, do you understand now? Erlu nodded slowly. The red-robed woman had explained it very clearly. How could he not understand? In other words, with a simple sacrifice, Vargal's soul can be fused into the pterosaur's body, and the pterosaur can be revived into a megalosaurus? More or less, but... Aunt May's eyes wandered, and she stuttered, the sacrifice isn't simple. It requires the king's blood, I know. It requires your, most precious. Facing Erlu's suddenly widened eyes, Aunt May turned her head, unable to continue. What do you mean? Erlu's gaze became dangerous. How did Yesor and Yahai forge the hero's red sword? Aunt May lifted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Erlu, and said, he failed countless times in forging the sword, until he sacrificed his most cherished wife, Nisa. The mages are your hero's red sword, and you have to forge your own divine weapon of salvation. Erlu's stern expression suddenly became very strange. I'm going to sacrifice Celis. If he could obtain an adult megalosaurus, sacrificing that big-eared, long-bearded, bad-tempered wife of his who was as tall and burly as him was not unacceptable. No. Aunt May's face twitched a few times. How could there be such a good thing in the world? It's... Shireen. Smack, the slap came suddenly and fiercely. Aunt May's head was knocked askew, and she was also dazed. Her ears rang, and her face instantly swelled into a greenish-red bun. She was about to question him, but when she turned her head, she saw Erlu's crimson-red eyes that looked like they were about to swallow someone whole. She sighed softly, and silently swallowed her anger. Shireen is my successor, don't even think about touching her. Erlu left this sentence, and angrily left. Where is this? Aegon walked in a white world. He looked left and right, and was at a loss. There was a white jade staircase under his feet, and as far as his eyes could see, it was empty. Only clouds that emitted white and golden light floated past him. The big sparrow who was leading the way in front did not even turn her head, and said calmly, "This is Mountain Paradise, the place where the true souls of the saints of the seven gods reside. Ah, I'm in heaven." Aegon shouted, and suddenly his expression changed a few times as he recalled what happened before his death. "Stannis wanted to sacrifice me to Lalo, but I ended up being a saint, and my soul came to heaven." At this point, Aegon's lips curled into a bitter smile. "Well, the human world has become hell for me. It's good that I'm dead, at least I can go to heaven." The big sparrow finally turned her head, and frowned. "You're not a saint. You just said that heaven is where the saints reside." Aegon was confused. "Yes, this is the holy heaven, the final resting place of the saints, but you're not a saint." The big sparrow's cold face was full of disgust, and she looked at Aegon as if she was looking at a stinky poop that tainted a pot of delicious chicken soup. "If I'm not a saint, why can I come to heaven?" Aegon was very dissatisfied with the old man's reaction. "Master Guide, I grew up in a foreign land, but I've always believed in the seven gods, and I've never done anything wrong in my life. It's not too much to go to heaven, right? You believe in the seven gods, but you're not devout. You should have entered the world of strangers, and never come here." The big sparrow shook her head. "Now, I'm here," Aegon said with his head held high. "That's because of Dany Rise." "Aunt Dany." Aegon's expression became absent-minded. That was a familiar yet distant name, but he did not expect to hear it in heaven. "What did she do?" he said in disappointment. "She's also a saint, and she can go to heaven like me after death, and become a manager of heaven. When you were about to be pulled into hell by the evil god, she sensed what happened to you through the seal of the Holy Night. Then, she begged the Holy Mother for help, and finally used her qualifications as a saint in exchange for your place in heaven." Ah, this answer was too unexpected, and Aegon was stunned. But, is this true? Can I lie in heaven?" The big sparrow shouted angrily. "But, I'm not Lei Jiazi, I'm not her nephew." Aegon covered his face, squatted on the ground and started crying. "Sigh, she said that even if you're not related by blood, you're still friends, and she couldn't bear to see you being devoured by the dark devil god." Thinking back to the scene where Dany Rise knelt before the Holy Mother and loudly explained the heart of compassion, the big sparrow could not help but sigh. "In terms of kindness and selflessness, I'm not as good as her. No wonder I didn't pass the final test, and returned to heaven before completing the mission of ending the long night." Woo-woo. Aegon heard this, and cried even harder. Eh. The big sparrow was surprised. Just now, in front of him, Aegon's grey linen clothes turned into a white holy monk's robe, and a faint golden light seeped out from between his eyebrows, outlining the three corners of the heptagram. Then, the three corners overflowed with golden light, and another two corners lit up. What happened? Aegon, who was crying, also noticed the changes in himself. "Not bad, you have some wisdom." The big sparrow's expression softened a little. "You have a new understanding of the seven gods doctrine, and you've been promoted to a 5-star believer, and you're only one level away from becoming a saint in heaven." 5-star believer? The big sparrow pulled Aegon up from the ground, and explained while walking up, according to the believer's understanding of the seven gods doctrine, there are a total of 7 levels. In fact, according to the power of faith provided, the level of piety was divided. Ordinary people were about 1-0, shallow believers were 1 star, 1-0 to 10-0 true believers were 2 star, 10 to 50 devout believers were 3 star, 50 to 100 fanatics were 4 star, 100 to 150 petitioners were 5 star, 150 to 200 saints were 6 star, 200 to 250 saints were 7 star. Aegon's piety was relatively low before, but in order to obtain the mark of the paladin, he increased it to more than 10. Recently, his life had been going through ups and downs, and now he had ascended to heaven, and was touched by Aunt Dany's lofty heart of compassion. His piety rose from 21 to 110, and he became a 5-star petitioner. After listening to the Big Sparrow's explanation, Aegon wiped his tears, and said excitedly, "If I work hard to become a saint, then Dany. Aunt Dany's saint qualification can be returned." "Yes, Dany Reese and I are not related by blood, but she is my aunt." His eyes were shining with a determined light, as if he was explaining to the people around him, and as if he was accepting his identity calmly. Chapter 720. Dany Alice is not dead yet. She still has a chance to make a contribution, the Big Sparrow said bitterly. She opened new parishes in Slave Bay and Barbarian Land. In the future, the whole world may be under the glory of the 7 gods. Her contribution is great, enough to be canonized 10 times. Sigh, ending the long night was my mission. Dany Alice was responsible for opening parishes in the secular world. I was responsible for saving the world spiritually and physically. But I was trapped in the messy circle of power in King's Landing. I couldn't extricate myself and lost myself. I kept playing games of power and forgot the mission of saving the world from the Holy Mother. I failed to live up to the Holy Mother's expectations. The Big Sparrow burst into tears, crying more fiercely than Aegon. Aegon was surprised. "Excuse me, who are you? You don't know me?" The Big Sparrow just asked and suddenly realized that he and the fake Crown Prince had been friends for many days, but they had never met. "I am the Archbishop of King's Landing, the Holy Son of the 7 gods." The Big Sparrow said reservedly. "So it's you, Big Sparrow." Aegon suddenly realized, and then his attitude changed. The fear he had when facing the manager of heaven was gone, and he became casual and peaceful. "I thought you were a first-generation holy son from thousands of years ago. Turns out we are old acquaintances, old friends." He smiled and put his hand on the Big Sparrow's shoulder. The Big Sparrow frowned and raised his hand to knock Aegon's arm away. He said seriously, "I don't know you well, and this is not the human world. It's useless to pretend to be friends. Behave yourself." Aegon blushed and was very embarrassed. "Sorry, sir, I was just too excited." He was very sensible and immediately bowed to apologize. As the Big Sparrow said, this was heaven, and the other party was the Holy Mother's favorite, but he was just a person who got in through the back door. While talking, the two had already climbed up the stairs. Suddenly, their field of vision became very wide. On a boundless grassland, there stood a huge temple. The temple was carved out of a whole piece of white jade, and it emitted a holy 7-colored light under the sun. But other than the temple, there were no other buildings around, not even a single person. This is heaven. What about the other saints? Are they all praying in the holy hall? Aegon wondered. Big Sparrow shook his head. There are only 2 of us on this island. Are you sure? Even if I'm not a saint, the church has been passed down for thousands of years. You and Aunt Dany can't be the only 2 saints, right? Where's St. Bailey? They are no longer here. The Big Sparrow brought Aegon into the sanctuary. The walls of the sacred hall were made of jade, and the dome was made of gold and crystal. It was more luxurious, sacred, and magnificent than the palaces of all the kings in the world. But there was no one inside. After praying to the statues of the 7 gods, the Big Sparrow explained the situation in heaven to Aegon. They stood on a cliff at the edge of the island. In front of them was a boundless blue sea. Above the sea, they could vaguely see several islands floating in midair. They were surrounded by clouds and mist, like celestial mountains in the sea. The saints are scattered and live on different islands. When I first entered Mountain Paradise, it was St. Bailey who came to receive me. At first, I lived on St. Bailey's Island. That's the one. Big Sparrow pointed at the island closest to them. Why are you here? Saint Bailey is too weak. Oh, the Holy Mother is merciful. I shouldn't have said that. Big Sparrow started praying to the Holy Mother right after he said something bad about Saint Bailey. Aegon's heart itched. He wanted to know how cowardly Saint Bailey was, but he could only follow Big Sparrow and recite the prayers. Since he had become a monk, there was no harm in reciting more scriptures. Sigh, Saint Bailey's understanding of the teachings is different from mine. He criticized my actions of reactivating the Church's armed forces. He also scolded me for not following the rules, going against the teachings of the Holy Father, and provoking a conflict between the Church and the royal authority, Big Sparrow said bitterly. Thinking back to Saint Bailey's deeds, Aegon instantly understood. Saint Bailey and Big Sparrow were indeed not on the same side. The Holy Mother didn't mediate the conflict between you two? Aegon asked curiously. The Holy Mother said, the way that can be said is not the way, and the name that can be named is not the way. What? Aegon's eyes widened. Big Sparrow thought for a while and said, what the Holy Mother meant was that the 7 stars Holy Scripture is not a restriction to the believers, but a ladder to help the believers reach the final state of saint. The teachings themselves have no meaning. The Holy Mother only wanted to use the teachings to elevate the flawed humans into the noble sages. There are thousands of ways to become a sage, and every sage has their own unique characteristics. Therefore, every sage has a different understanding of the 7 stars Holy Scripture. This is the way that can be said is not the way. So profound, but also reasonable. As expected of the Holy Mother. Aegon said respectfully. Although I still don't understand, since I've become a monk, there's nothing wrong with praising Buddha. Can I also have an island to myself? He asked again. You're not even a saint. What right do you have to be an angel? Big Sparrow said angrily. Angel? Above the saint is the son of saint, and the son of saint is one step further to become the messenger of heaven. I'm an angel. Big Sparrow pointed around proudly. Look, open your eyes and look. The kingdom of heaven is so big, but there are only a few islands. Aegon counted seriously. In this direction, there were 5 islands, and there must be more further. That's not a small number, he muttered. What do you know? Big Sparrow said disdainfully. Do you think Mountain Paradise only manages our world? Humph, the multiverse, trillions of planes, and countless believers of the 7 gods will return here. Multiverse? Planes? What's that? Aegon was confused. The Great Sparrow immediately applied what he had learned from Saint Denis to Aegon's face. Hearing this, the fake crown prince was dumbfounded and his brain was about to explode. Really? Aegon's worldview was suddenly shattered. Of course it's true. I've even been to a realm called Earth. The people there are so simple and honest. They're so much more noble than the people of Westeros who are trapped in the mire of lust. The Big Sparrow sighed. Tell me about it, Aegon said excitedly. There were only 2 people on the island, Aegon, and Big Sparrow was willing to talk to him. The people on Earth have a kind of magic called technology. They don't need a horse to drive the iron box on the ground. There's also a kind of information transmission chip called mobile phone. The people on Earth don't like to hunt on horseback. They usually stay at home, read novels on their mobile phones, and check Weibo. Wait. Aegon hurriedly stopped her and asked in confusion, what are you talking about? How can the iron box run without a horse? And mobile phone, Weibo, I don't understand at all. Big Sparrow sighed. I know I look like a lunatic now, but that's a different world. 1 acre of land can harvest 500 kilograms of wheat. The nobles live in small houses and eat vegetables instead of meat. The poor live in magnificent buildings with dozens of floors high and eat meat every meal. Everyone's face is rosy and chubby. What kind of world is that? It's so strange, Aegon said in disbelief. Yes, it's a highly developed civilization. The society is progressive and the people are simple. It's a perfect world. Big Sparrow was fascinated. How simple are they? What's the dream of ordinary Westeros? Big Sparrow asked in return. Well, to become a noble, to have a large piece of land, to have a group of servants, to marry a beautiful noble lady, and perhaps to achieve great deeds and gain the glory of the whole country and become a legendary hero, Aegon said thoughtfully. The fake prince summed it up very well. Big Sparrow agreed and said, that's right. Anyone with a little ambition can't escape from the above few desires. But the people on earth. Big Sparrow sighed. They're too simple. I've seen a lot of people. They're very interested in God. Oh, the name of the great Virgin Mary on earth. They only hope that the Virgin Mary can give them a house of 100 square meters. Well, actually it's only 70 square meters. The rest is said to be a public stall. Sigh, I don't understand. It's probably a house with 2 beds, a kitchen, and a living room. That's too simple. Aegon frowned. If they pray to the Virgin Mary, they should at least have a castle, right? That's why I say they're very simple. Big Sparrow sighed again. Most of the men pray to the Virgin Mary, and their biggest wish is to marry a wife. Does he want his wife to be beautiful, talented, and good at singing and dancing? Aegon guessed. No, as long as she's a healthy woman, not promiscuous, able to bear children, a little stupid, a little ugly, a little reckless, anything is fine. This. Aegon was dumbfounded. That's too simple. Can I go live in the heaven of the people on earth? It takes a lot of divine power to travel between planes. You're not even a saint. What choice do you have? Big Sparrow said angrily. Even he himself was too curious about the other world. It took him a lot of effort to beg the Virgin Mary to take him out to see it. He would need to pray for 100 years to pay back the divine power of faith that he consumed. Aegon looked back at the vast grassland and sighed. But it's so desolate here. There's not even a place to live. You have to learn from the simple people on earth. Know your place and have little desire. Build your own house and farm your own land, Big Sparrow said calmly. How do I build a house? There's not even a forest. Pray to the Virgin Mary. Big Sparrow knelt on the ground and demonstrated to Aegon. He chanted the 7 Stars Bible. A white light flashed in his right hand, and a piece of gold the size of a brick appeared. Here, worldly power and wealth are meaningless. Here, as long as you give your devout faith to the Virgin Mary, you can get everything. Big Sparrow spread out her arms and raised them high. Here is heaven. Soon, Aegon also received a big apple through prayer. Crunch. He took a bite. It was crunchy and delicious. The juice was full. It tasted great. Ah, so this is heaven. Aegon was wild with joy. He was really in heaven. After a moment of excitement, he thought of the fetters in the human world. The joy on his face disappeared and was replaced by sadness. He asked Big Sparrow, I want to see my wife. I also want to see Aunt Dany. Can the Virgin Mary arrange it? Slap. Big Sparrow was furious. She slapped Aegon's head hard and scolded, You really got in through the back door. Do you think the Virgin Mary is your nanny? If you don't want to stay in heaven, you can ask the stranger to send you to the 7 levels of hell. Aegon was submissive. He didn't dare to be angry or say anything. Dragon Queen looked at the sandbox-like scene in front of her and said with a smile, Maybe you can start a dream-telling service and let the saints communicate with the human world to a limited extent. Big Sparrow's island of thousands miles was like a grain of sand floating on the sea of divine power of water song. The sea of water song was in Dany's mind. A thought was born from a wave of neurons. In other words, the heaven of Big Sparrow and Aegon was just a thought of Dany, a thought. Chapter 721. The pool of faith of the seven gods was a strange space filled with the power of faith. Only spirits and magic power could exist. Since the trial of martial arts, when the soul of the big sparrow broke in for the first time, Danny had the idea of building a heaven of the seven gods. Before Dahe usurped the position of the seven gods, the pool of faith of the seven gods was in a closed state. It could only passively absorb the power of faith. No matter how devout the believers of the seven gods were, they couldn't open the door of faith and enter it. Children of the seven gods like Saint Bailey didn't have any preferential treatment compared to non-believers after death. They all entered the world of death, returned to heaven and earth, were captured by evil gods, or became wandering ghosts. When the pool of faith had an owner, it began to form a real space with structure and scale. At that time, along the line of faith between believers and Dahe, devout believers could enter Dahe's kingdom. Dahe didn't have a kingdom, so they could only enter the space of faith in the prototype of the kingdom. In other words, after Dahe obtained the first priesthood of the seven gods, uninvited believers like the big sparrow would definitely appear. The big sparrow wasn't the first. As Dahe and Danny's strength increased, the threshold to enter the pool of faith would be lower. In the beginning, only saints with more than 200 piety points like the big sparrow could enter. Later, saints with more than 150 piety points could also enter. When Danny obtained 1% of the fragment of the Green Prophet's seal and received the blessing of the will of the Westeros world, the threshold was further lowered. Fanatics with more than 100 piety points could also enter after death. If Danny was willing to consume extra power, believers with more than 10 piety points could also take the initiative to enter, such as Aegon. If Danny's strength continued to increase, one day, she would condense the complete Song of Law, one day, she would become a true god, one day, she would become a god king. The threshold to enter the kingdom of heaven was getting lower and lower. In the end, as long as people believed in the seven gods, 1, 0 and above, could take the initiative to enter the kingdom of heaven. At that time, Danny would take the initiative to restrict and differentiate believers. Well, the God King was too far away, but there would be more and more believers who would open the door of faith and enter the pool of faith after death. Therefore, Danny had to do the saint soul placement work as soon as possible. She didn't know how other demigods and true gods with believers did it. She could only find inspiration from the memories of her previous life. The first thing she thought of was the matrix in the matrix. Afterward, she separated a thought from her main soul, and poured the power of the Song of Laws and her innumerable memories into it. She then sent that thought into the faith space. Afterward, she guided the believer's soul into the thought. In other words, the believers lived in Danny's mind. The matrix of the matrix would also make the people inside feel uncoordinated, thus doubting the authenticity of the world, which was the birth of the awakened. However, Danny's mind could interact with the minds of her believers. She was not omniscient and omnipotent, but she could obtain the truth from her believers' minds and then repair the loopholes in her logic and improve the inadequacies of her thoughts. For example, Danny had eaten mangoes before, but she had never eaten durian. However, the big sparrow wanted to eat durian. Danny could not deceive him with her own thoughts, but she could extract the complete feeling of eating durian from the big sparrow's thoughts. Then, she used the big sparrow's own feelings to deceive the big sparrow. Therefore, would the big sparrow suspect that it had eaten a digitized durian? The world in front of her believers was actually created by Danny and all her believers. The more believers there were in the future, the more realistic the thoughts obtained from them, and the more realistic the world would be. This was a process of continuous evolution. Let's use eating durian as an example. Both the big sparrow and Aegon had eaten durian. The big sparrow thought it was sweet and sour, but Aegon thought it was like eating shit. Danny could not give Aegon's feelings to the big sparrow, nor could she give the big sparrow's sweet and sour to Aegon. However, the database had two more options. For someone who had never eaten durian, such as Danny, her understanding of the durian's taste was closer to the truth. Well, if the 5 blind men in the story of the blind man touching the elephant entered Danny's mind, she could infer the true form of the giant elephant through the 5 different feelings of the 5 people. Of course, even the matrix in the matrix consumed energy in the process of operation. Danny's thought interaction, collection of information, feedback of information, storage of information, and growth of thoughts with the increase of population and time all required energy. Where did the energy come from? That was why she placed her thoughts on the pool of faith. The essence of the power of faith was the power of thought. It could completely satisfy the growth of the mind's mind. Moreover, the souls of the saints in the mind's mind were not for nothing. They were all devout believers and had to pray every day. The power of faith produced by praying was used to maintain the operation of the mind's mind and even infinitely evolve. Danny was looking forward to what this mind would develop into after thousands or tens of millions of years. Maybe it could really become omniscient and omnipotent. Or maybe the mind would grow into an independent god and truly believe in the 7 gods of Yangling. Leo. Oh, Jenny's blonde hair was swaying wildly. Her fair cheeks were dyed red from lust. Her cherry lips were moaning in a soul-stirring voice. Moving his gaze down, he saw her flushed neck, her fair shoulders dripping with sweat, and further down, was a scene that would dispel any man's fantasies. Starting from her chest, the beauty's flesh and blood suddenly turned into dark red earthworms that were as thick as a thumb, 3 to 4 meters long, and had slippery skin. There was no A4 waist with 2 abdominal muscles, no delicate and round pelvic bones, no 2 long legs that could crush the ambitions of men in the world. There was only a pool of squirming dragon worms. It was as if a peerless beauty was cut in half at the waist and then sewed on 1,000 long giant earthworms from her broken waist. As for the dwarf, he was buried under the red and sticky dragon worms. Only his head was exposed. Dozens of giant earthworm-like dragon worms were wrapped around his neck. It was wet and hot. Jenny on top of him was in a frenzy. The dwarf below had his eyes tightly shut and his teeth clenched. His face was pale as if he was enduring extreme pain. "My dear, scream. Don't be like a block of wood." Jenny was very dissatisfied with the dwarf's reaction. Immediately, 4 to 5 dragon worms crawled up his neck. Before his mouth was stuffed, the dwarf hurriedly opened his eyes and shouted, "Fuck you." After shouting, he said in an extremely aggrieved tone, "Can you not use this form? I'm scared." "What are you scared of? You're a dragon. How can you be scared of dragon worms?" Jenny was dissatisfied. "I'm not scared, but it's horrifying." The dwarf shouted with a sobbing tone. "This is my body. My original body was destroyed by Danny Rise and her White Knight. I can only use dragon worms to reassemble into a human form." "Then use your human form," the dwarf begged. "You really don't know what's good for you." "I've already accommodated you," Jenny said unhappily. This was the truth. Jenny's face, body and temperament were all top-notch. The dwarf had always been more focused on his body than his heart. As long as his appearance was good, he never cared about his inner beauty. But the first time with Jenny, it was the biggest nightmare of his life. It was even more terrifying than the experience with Zero's top beauty. It was 10,000 times more terrifying. No matter what, those beauties were still humans. But when Jenny took off her clothes, they immediately turned into a pool of squirming dark red dragon worms that spat out sticky liquid and covered his entire body. It was like a giant with terminal roundworm disease who ate a large basin of pagoda medicine and then poured wisdom on the dwarf's head. The dwarf fainted immediately. But we all know that in the matter between a man and a woman, no matter who fainted, as long as the other party persisted, the matter could still be completed. Because of the dwarf's strong resistance, Jenny was already reasonable and only turned the lower half of her body into dragon worms. At least by only looking at the upper half of her body, one could still see some beautiful scenery. You should understand that I'm doing this for your own good." Seeing the dwarf close his eyes and pretend to be dead, Jenny couldn't help but soften her tone. "A normal person's desire is meaningless to me, but this is the most efficient way to purify the blood." Glancing at the golden white hair at the tip of his eyebrows, the dwarf had mixed feelings. The proportion of silver hair was getting higher and higher. Well, Jenny really didn't have sex with the dwarf out of desire. Even if there was desire, she wouldn't be interested in this frustrated dwarf. But she needed to use blood witchcraft to help the dwarf get rid of the mixed blood, and intercourse was the most common method of blood witchcraft. To put it bluntly, this wasn't love between a man and a woman, but a blood magic ritual. Jenny's dragon worms drilled into every part of the dwarf's body, using the dragon worm blood that contained magic to replace the Veleglia's lowly blood, thus achieving the goal of purifying the blood. Feeling the heat surging in his body, the dwarf sighed and asked, "After Veleglia was destroyed, you invented this kind of witchcraft to continue the bloodline?" "No, before the catastrophe, our 14th Fire Peak family had already mastered this kind of blood magic." The dwarf tried hard to keep his gaze on Jenny's charming cheeks and asked in confusion, "At that time, wasn't it an internal marriage? Why do you still need blood witchcraft to purify the blood?" Jenny's breath was uneven as she said, "As the inheritance continues, the level of the blood will decrease from generation to generation, so internal marriage is useless." "Why is that?" The dwarf was shocked. "There are two criteria to determine the level of the blood: genes, and the compatibility with the laws of heaven and earth. The only thing that doesn't change in the world is that it will always change. Genes will decline, and laws will also change, causing the compatibility between the blood and the laws to decrease. Of course, if one of the descendants has a deep understanding of the laws, for example, comprehending the Song of Laws and becoming a demigod, the blood will also increase." The secrets of bloodline inheritance were not much in Veleglia, so Jenny explained in detail. The dwarf frowned, as if he had grasped something in his heart, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After a while, he asked, "You said to use the dragon worm's blood to replace the mixed blood in my body? Why don't you use the megalosaurus? The megalosaurus is obviously stronger than the dragon worm." "Then I have to have the megalosaurus," Jenny said unhappily. The dwarf was deep in thought. He somewhat understood that with his ugly appearance and body, as the queen of Veleglia's descendants, Jenny had chosen him as her mate. The blood of Veleglia's descendants was really degenerating. Before the megalosaurus went extinct, they must have used the megalosaurus to perform blood witchcraft, using the dragon's blood to replace the mixed blood in their descendants' bodies. After the catastrophe, the megalosaurus was destroyed, and Jenny's ancestors could only use the dragon worm. When Jenny's parents gave birth to Jenny, they must have used this kind of blood purification witchcraft, so Jenny's body was filled with the genes of the dragon worm, and she could directly fuse with the dragon worm. Chapter 722. I heard that Veleglia's ancestors were just shepherds under the 14 Fire Peaks. Their bloodline wasn't that great. Before the dwarf could finish his sentence, his words had already touched Jenny's sensitive nerves. She immediately used a move called earthworm burrowing, and the densely packed giant earthworm-like dragon worms entered the hole they saw, covering the dwarf's entire body. The dwarf's body twitched as if he had been electrocuted. After a while, Jenny let him go. She only let him go halfway and let his head out. "Don't you dare speak to me of your ridiculous hearsay insults to the great ancestor," Jenny warned him. After being tormented, the dwarf was also angry. He stubbornly said, "There's only the two of us here. What's so hard to say? Whose ancestors didn't rise from humble beginnings?" Jenny shook her head and said, "Veleglia's ancestors are divided into the ancestors of the 14 Fire Peaks and the ancestors of the rest of the Veleglia family. The ancestors of the 14 Fire Peaks were 3 noble princes. They ruled over all the nomadic tribes on the plains around the 14 Fire Peaks. The 3 princes were born with noble bloodlines, far more noble than anyone else in the world. They comprehended the laws on their own and engraved the bloodlines that fit the laws into the genes of the 14 fire peaks. The remaining first-generation Valeglia were the prince's subjects. They were the shepherds. Their bloodlines were fused with the blood of the Megalosaurus through blood witchcraft. For example, the Targaryens. Their ancestors didn't even have a name. They were just one of the first prince's many servants. But the Targaryens' bloodline isn't low. The dwarf was skeptical. That depends on who you're comparing it to. Compared to the uncivilized savages of the Westeros, the Targaryens are of course as noble as gods, Jenny said proudly. I mean, Dragon Queen's bloodline seems to be more. The dwarf carefully looked at Jenny's expression. Jenny was not angry this time. In fact, everyone had seen the Dragon Queen's achievements. There was no way to hide it with words. After the Great Cataclysm, Valeglia lost her right to rule the world, and the Targaryens became royalty instead. She sighed helplessly. As I said before, royalty can be recognized by the laws of the universe, and this gave her the foundation for the positive mutation of her bloodline. Just like you are also a member of the royal family. Although the Valeglia bloodline is thin, because of the royal blood, there is a slight possibility of atavism. If that's the case, why didn't you fuse with the Targaryen bloodline after the Great Calamity? They are royalty, and there is also a Megalosaurus. The dwarf was puzzled. Jenny's expression changed a few times. It's not that there aren't any. After a while, she said with a complicated tone. I've never heard of a marriage alliance between Targaryen and Valeglia. It was impossible for the dwarf to not know about such a big matter. What are you thinking? How can a Targaryen be worthy of a marriage alliance with a 14th Fire Peak family? Didn't you say you wanted to fuse with their bloodline? The dwarf asked doubtfully. Is marriage the only way to fuse bloodlines? Aren't you fusing with the dragon worm bloodline now? The dwarf's expression changed, and he said in shock, you plan to use blood witchcraft to seize the Targaryen bloodline? Different colors flashed across Jenny's blue eyes, and her pupils overlapped with each other. After a while, she shook her head regretfully and said, what a pity, such a rare dragon spirit talent. The dwarf's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again, what is the dragon spirit talent? Dragon spirit. He had heard the Dragon Queen vaguely mention it a few times, as if she had the dragon spirit talent, but he did not understand the specific effects of the dragon spirit. A true dragon taming talent, Jenny had already treated the dwarf as one of her own. Humans were still humans, and she did not intend to hide many secrets that did not involve Balerion. I see. While the dwarf was amazed, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. The Dragon Queen and Big Black must be related to the dragon spirit. Other than her, no one else could become Big Black's dragon tamer, but Aegon had been trying to subdue Big Black before this, it was completely useless. Then her care for Aegon, even Aegon's identity, the Westeros suspected that Aegon was a fake crown prince, and he had already guessed it when he was on the Rhone River. But the Dragon Queen was such a shrewd person, but, the dwarf shuddered, and he did not dare to think further. You are trembling. Jenny noticed the person below her shuddering, and she stared at him meaningfully. What are you afraid of? Jenny, don't seize my bloodline. The dwarf did not explain, and only begged bitterly. If you don't explain, you are not hiding, and if you don't hide, it means that you are not guilty. The dwarf's expression changed quickly and naturally, and he was a little impressed by himself. After this undercover mission is completed, I may be able to become an actor in a troupe. Yes, the current 4th Prince Leo, of Ko Chang Island was not even comparable to Targaryen back then. Jenny felt that Targaryen was not worthy of marrying the noble descendants of the 14th Fire Peak, and naturally, Leo was even more unworthy. Don't worry. After the incident with Arya Targaryen, we will not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. Jenny chuckled and comforted him. Damn, kill the goose that lays the golden eggs? I was not afraid at first, but after hearing what you said, the dwarf started to tremble in fear, and Jenny cried, "Oh, who is that Arya Targaryen?" He forced a smile. That was 250 years ago. At that time, the Targaryen dynasty had just been established, and it was during the most prosperous and glorious period of the true dragon family. Arya Targaryen was the crown princess at that time. She had a noble status, a pure bloodline, awakened the talent of the dragon spirit, and even subdued Balerion of the Targaryen family. The Megalosaurus expert gradually had some impression of Princess Arya, because he remembered the names of all the Megalosaurus in the Seven Kingdoms, as well as the dragon riders of the Megalosaurus, and even the ending of the dragon riders. It seems that, according to the official records, Princess Arya died of fever. That's not right. Princess Arya had once left the Westeros with Balerion for almost a year, and passed away in a bizarre manner within 2 days of her return. This is not normal. There must be a huge secret hidden by the Targaryen royal family. Thinking of this, the dwarf was really interested. What happened at that time? Why do you care about this? Jenny asked curiously. I feel the same way. The dwarf let out a long sigh. I am also a prince, and also of Valeglia's side bloodline. I have also awakened the noble pure blood of Valeglia, and I have also been chosen by you. You think too much. Jenny looked at him with disdain. You are a few hundred streets behind her. No matter how lowly the Targaryen bloodline is, it is still only relative to the 14 Fire Peaks. In front of mortals, the servants of the 14 Fire Peaks are also gods. Moreover, her talent, Jenny swayed her body a few times, thinking deeply, and commented, she has just awakened the dragon spirit. You are far from her in this aspect, but your bloodline is a little special. The help it provides to me is probably no less than the Targaryen dragon spirit. How special? The dwarf began to tremble in fear again. Since it is so special, will it be devoured by you? It is special because it is rare. This is the first time in thousands of years that there has been such a magic wave. Actually, your bloodline is not pure, nor is it noble. Then, Jenny noticed his expression and said unhappily, only our child will merge with the great Balerion. Don't think too much. That's good, that's good. Thank you for the arrogance of the 14 Fire Peaks of Valeglia. Thank you for looking down on me, High Priestess. The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief, and asked again, what happened to that Arya later? Any Megalosaurus born in Valeglia has a strange spiritual connection with His Majesty Balerion. So, after Arya became the Black Death God's Dragon Knight, we could directly summon the Black Death God home. Although the former Valeglia is now in ruins, the Black Death God will not get lost, nor will he be blocked by the Wall of Storm. The dwarf suddenly realized that the Black Death God Balerion was indeed born in Valeglia, before the Great Cataclysm and before the Targaryen were exiled. Returning to the Smoke Sea was like returning home to the Black Death God. Since we already brought Arya to the ruins of Valeglia, how could it still fail? You're a sheep in a tiger's den, yet you can still run away. Aren't you too weak? The dwarf was puzzled. At first, she was very obedient, and even worked as a priestess in Orlos for half a year. His Majesty Balerion also taught her many great wizard legacy spells. But that little bitch was the same as Dany Rise, ungrateful and unable to tell good from bad. When she found out that she was going to merge with the spirit of the ancestors, she immediately struggled and resisted, unwilling to give up everything for the great ancestor god Balerion. Sigh, she has only just awakened her dragon spirit, and the Black Death God Balerion is an adult Megalosaurus. This means that Dany Rise and Princess Arya are normal people. Other than you bunch of brainless survivors of the 14 Fire Peaks, who would be willing to give up everything for an evil god? The dwarf complained in his heart, and then asked strangely, the Black Death God is so terrifying that he can resist the ancestor god? Hee, do you know when Balerion died? How many years did he live? Jenny sneered. Of course the dwarf knew, but Leo definitely did not. So he said, I don't know. In order to save Arya, the Black Death God used a forbidden spell. She wasn't even his first night, and the two of them shouldn't have had such deep feelings for each other, Jenny said regretfully. Then, she told him about the great wizard legacy and the overclocking fusion in the form of a dragon spirit. The dwarf carefully recalled that after Aria's death, Balerion lived for almost 40 years, but his condition was very poor. He was the first megalosaurus to live in a dragon's den, and he had been lying in the cave all this time. Later, a Prince Viserys gained his recognition and became his last dragon knight, but the Black Death god could barely fly, and almost never went out on a mission. In less than a year, he died of old age. He barely lived for 200 years. As one of the 3 great dragon ancestors of the Targaryen dynasty, Vargal lived about the same age as Balerion, 180 years old, but he died in a dragon battle, and there were no signs of his energy declining. And Vargal's death was not because he was weaker than the younger generation. It was mainly because his dragon knight was a one-eyed dragon, and in the dragon battle, his only eye was blinded by the afterglow of the setting sun, and the enemy took advantage of his blind spot. Even when a megalosaurus half his size bit him in the throat, Vargal was not afraid, and almost tore the strong megalosaurus apart with his claws. Even in a disadvantageous situation, Vargal won the dragon battle. But the megalosaurus had limited weight, and with his neck bitten and another dying megalosaurus wrapped around him, Vargal could not fly, and fell to his death in the God's Eye Lake. Compared to Vargal's tragic death, Balerion, as the big brother, died a little cowardly. Chapter 723. Jenny had no desire for the dwarf. After the deed was done, she put on a white priestess robe and returned to her priestess appearance. She left the bedroom with a cold expression. Damn it, Stannis ruined my plans. After some time, Jenny's angry roar came from the study. The bedroom and study were temporarily remodeled from the underground cavern. There was no thick wooden door, only a curtain. Thus, the dwarf who was resting on the bed was woken up. In the past, because of Leo's ignorant and incompetent persona, the dwarf tried his best not to interfere with Jenny's work. But the name, Stannis, was too irritating, and he could not help it. Leaning against the wall, he staggered out of the study. The dwarf asked carefully, "What is it? I've never seen you so angry before." "Something big has indeed happened." Stannis went back on his word and harmed the ragged prince, and then, originally, he thought that Jenny would chase him away, but he didn't expect that she would really answer. Then, he also took advantage of the situation and opened the curtain to enter. "Sigh, so Aegon is Illyrio's son." She smiled bitterly. "What?" This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, stunning the dwarf. The dwarf exclaimed, but it did not arouse Jenny's suspicion. She was just as shocked when she first heard this news. Illyrio took the initiative to reveal Aegon's identity to the public. Jenny did not pass the letter to the dwarf, but because she was too upset, she roughly explained the situation. "This is really..." The dwarf's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. It was too ironic. Only Varys and Illyrio knew the truth. As long as they did not say anything, even if others suspected, they would not have any evidence. But Illyrio revealed the secret himself. After a while, he asked hesitantly, "That Aegon, how is he now?" Jenny, who was behind the desk, face-bombed and said irritably, "I don't care if he dies. After losing his identity as Dany Rise's nephew, he is worthless." Not only was he worthless, his life was in danger. Stannis, the Dragon Queen, Prince Dowlang, and the nobles of the valley in the Stormlands would not let him go. And the Northern Territory, I wonder how his little wife Sansa will react. With her pride, I'm afraid, a hint of worry flashed across the dwarf's single eye. However, he did not inquire further about Aegon. Instead, he asked, "Even if Aegon isn't a fake, what use is he to us? Dany Alice is definitely not stupid. She won't be threatened." "How did you get here?" Jenny asked. "I was on a boat, but in the end, I encountered the evil mother of dragons raiding party in the straits and was captured." At this point, the dwarf's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, he understood Jenny's evil intentions. But in the blink of an eye, he naturally showed a confused expression and asked in confusion, "After I was captured, it was my uncle who redeemed me. What's wrong?" Jenny's eyes were fixed on the documents on the table, and she didn't notice the dwarf's momentary flaw. She sighed and said helplessly, "You were redeemed, then can Aegon be redeemed?" With Aegon's identity, Dany Alice will definitely appear personally. The next step will be simple. We will arrange a time and place to redeem him, and wait for Dany Alice's Megalosaurus to land on the ground. Humph. As expected, I guessed it. This woman is ruthless. If the Dragon Queen really wasn't prepared, she would have most likely died. Unfortunately, it's impossible for her not to be prepared. How could she let me come here if she wasn't prepared? With that in mind, he asked, "The White Knights and the Blood Guards can both represent Dany Alice. She doesn't have to appear personally for a small matter like redeeming a hostage." "Hee, you think that's all I have?" Jenny laughed coldly. "What were we doing before? If Aegon is really her blood relative, and he was once a king, using him as a medium to cast blood witchcraft, even if he can't hurt Dany Alice, he can still make her muddle-headed and make mistakes in her decisions. When she shows a flaw. Humph. Don't forget, our Valeglia started with blood witchcraft." "Really? Muddle-headed?" The dwarf's mouth twitched a few times. "Isn't that too unreal? Humans are formed by the combination of the physical body and the soul. Since there are curses that target the physical body, why aren't there curses that target the soul and the mind? In fact, curses that target the soul are the mainstream," Jenny said calmly. "That makes sense." The dwarf's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "I heard that there are Ashaya shadow-binding knights who can use leeches that absorb the king's blood to curse another king. However, although the other king died, he died in the hands of the enemy. Is it the effect of the curse or an accident? Do you believe in fate?" Jenny asked instead of answering. "I don't." The dwarf shook his head. Jenny sighed sadly. "But fate really exists. Without fate, how can there be prophecies? The so-called prophecies are peaking at a corner of the river of fate. Everyone's fate converges in the river of fate. No one can change fate. If he really changes fate, it only means that the fate he peeked at before is fake. If you say so, then fate really can't be changed." The dwarf's mouth twitched. "You don't understand. I'm not playing word games." Jenny shook her head. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the small beetle crawling on the table. She pointed at it and asked, "I think you can guess its fate." The dwarf said thoughtfully, "It will be crushed to death by you, crushed to death by me, and continue to be ignored by us. But you have the final say here, so its fate is in your hands." "Not bad. You're not as stupid as everyone says." Jenny looked at him appreciatively. "It has at least 3 fates as you said. But when I noticed it and decided to make a choice, its fate was determined. There's only one." After saying that, she smiled mischievously at the dwarf. She lowered her head, stuck out her pink tongue, and put the beetle into her mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The yellow juice slid down the corner of her mouth. Before it fell, it was licked by her tongue that was covered in black and green minced meat. Ugh, the dwarf's face turned pale and he wanted to vomit. Hee, Jenny laughed happily. "You don't know anything. This is a meat longhorn beetle. It can be eaten raw. As long as you're happy." The dwarf mumbled. Going back to the curse technique mentioned earlier, the king could be betrayed by his subordinates, could be killed by the enemy, could be killed in an accident while riding a horse, but more likely, he wouldn't die. Before a conscious being observes his fate, no one knows what his fate will be. In other words, his fate is uncertain. When a conscious being observes the king's fate, that consciousness will see the fate that he chose for the king. In this way, the king's fate will be predicted by that consciousness. If that consciousness has ill intentions towards the king, he might subconsciously choose a fate that is not good for the king. Of course, his prediction might not be accurate. It's very likely that what he saw was just a fantasy. Understanding this, it's not hard for you to understand how the curse works. Even if I can't observe his fate, I can sacrifice power to the river of fate and pray that the worst fate will befall the king. Yes, if you can't come into contact with the river of fate, you can sacrifice evil gods to obtain temporary power. The dwarf frowned and said, if that's the case, it's best not to find someone to help you predict, and don't come into contact with witches that know how to curse. Yes, if you don't have power, don't come into contact with extraordinaires. If you have extraordinary power, it will be very difficult for the curse to work. Otherwise, I would have cursed that little bitch Daenerys to death. At the end, Jenny's pretty face twisted, her eyes full of hatred and greed. The dwarf said strangely, you said before that you want to use Aegon to curse her. Blood relatives have a miraculous effect. I don't want to be cursed. Jenny, can you teach me witchcraft? The dwarf asked expectantly. Jenny looked at the dwarf from head to toe, and finally stopped at his waist. Her blue watery eyes flashed with satisfaction, she nodded and said, I've been purifying your blood these days. You're almost qualified to come into contact with Valeglia's secret technique. Ah, you're really willing to teach me? The dwarf was overjoyed. Without Aegon, I'm afraid this battle will. Jenny closed the document, sighed helplessly, and said, Meereen is built at the mouth of the river, and the underground water is too abundant. 3 days ago, in the process of digging a tunnel under Meereen City, 5 adult dragon worms drowned. In a head-on clash, although the dragon worms are strong, they can't fly. Since that's the case, you have to prepare for the worst. If something happens to me, you have to live on. His Majesty Balerion can't be without a clone. If I die, you will replace me and become the new High Priest of the Land of Long Summer. Jenny's subtext was like this. Jenny. The dwarf didn't understand, so he was really touched, and his eyes turned red. Jenny waved to the dwarf, come here, I'll teach you the inheritance of the great shaman. The dwarf took a few steps forward excitedly, went around the desk, and came to Jenny. Suddenly, he reacted and asked in confusion, the inheritance of the great shaman? Is it another way of saying the inheritance of the great wizard? What are you thinking about? Jenny's eyes widened, and her big blue eyes were suddenly dyed with a layer of blood red. Her flat round pupils also turned into the multi-layered deep vertical pupils of the megalosaurus. In the next moment, the dwarf's body stopped moving, and he couldn't see what was happening in the outside world. His consciousness came to a blood-red spiritual space. It wasn't the first time he encountered this situation. The last time when he and Jenny were on their wedding night, facing the complete high priest, he howled and wanted to run away. Jenny used this move, Magic Dragon's Gaze, and fixed him on the spot, allowing her to do whatever she wanted. In the real world, Jenny pinched open the dwarf's mouth, lowered her head, Jenny was taller than the dwarf, and opened her mouth. Ugh! Jenny hugged the dwarf's head, like a drunk woman hugging the toilet bowl in the bathroom. She spat out a pile of sticky roundworms. Oh, no, that was a baby dragon worm. What are you doing? In the dark red space of consciousness, the dwarf howled in confusion. He couldn't see what was happening in the real world, but his soul could feel the piercing pain coming from his body. It was full of holes. Helping you understand the inheritance of the great shaman. Not the great wizard. The dwarf finally realized that something was wrong. You don't have the qualifications to become a great wizard, you can only be like me, a holy priest under His Majesty Balerion. Like you? The dwarf was trembling. You're lucky, it's just that the direct descendants of the 14 fire peaks have withered. Sigh, when we first met, I didn't even like Dany Rise. Oh, no. The dwarf howled. At the same time, a large amount of information turned into a silver stream, and rushed into the dwarf's forehead. After understanding the true meaning of the great shaman, he howled even more miserably. Chapter 724. Sob, sob, sob. Feeling the pulsating placenta at the core of his meditation foundation, the dwarf sobbed and wiped his tears. What are you crying for? You're lucky to have condensed a 6-colored vortex. You should be happy, Jenny scolded with a frown. The 9-colored vortex was a perfect inheritance, and the 6-colored vortex was also a top-grade mid-grade. It was indeed something to be happy about. However, Valerian's consciousness was being nurtured in the center of the vortex. The process of nurturing was the process of the dwarf's soul being assimilated by the consciousness. Once the assimilation was complete, Valerian would be able to understand the dwarf's thoughts at any time. He could also descend on the dwarf's body without being invited. Even if the dwarf died, his soul would return to the ancestral family and merge into Valerian's body without any rejection. I don't want to be a priest. I want to be a wizard, the dwarf cried. What a wizard can do, a priest can do. What a wizard can't do, a priest can do. But, thinking of Jenny's attitude towards Arya and the Dragon Queen, who were ignorant, ungrateful, normal people, the dwarf's normal words immediately changed. But I don't believe in His Majesty Valerian. Without the power of faith, I'm afraid I'll never be able to hatch the divine will embryo. You're starting to change your faith now, Jenny said. I don't even understand His Majesty Valerian's teachings. How can I believe? It's okay. The embryos will slowly change your thoughts. As time passes, you'll become a devout believer of His Majesty. The dwarf's face turned pale. He was about to cry again. No, I have to leave this place immediately and find the Dragon Queen for help. I can't let the embryo brainwash me. Perhaps he was quick-witted, the dwarf immediately thought of a way to get out of his current predicament. Jenny, I have a plan that can achieve the same effect as capturing Aegon. Oh, tell me about it. Jenny did not even raise her head. It was obvious that she did not think highly of this person's wisdom. Directly challenged Dany Rise. This is Meereen. It's a tradition to challenge the hero of the city. The dwarf said. City protector hero. Jenny thought carefully. She might not follow the traditions of the Gith people, and she has countless generals under her command, so it's not her turn to fight. City guardian hero was a tradition of the Gith people. Choose the most capable hero from the Great Lord and his children to represent the city and challenge the enemies of the city. To put it bluntly, the Guy's people loved gladiatorial matches. They even turned the duel in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms into a duel. However, the Gith people did abide by the rules. In a formal one-on-one battle, even if their own people were at a disadvantage and even had the possibility of being killed, they would not bring out their own generals to help. In the original plot, Dany Rise came to the city of Meereen and met the city guardian hero, P.S., who was Lord Daway's nephew. She didn't come out to fight, so they used the most vicious words to humiliate her. And I'm the best at scolding people. Give this mission to me, and I'll go down to the city to challenge you. I guarantee that I'll give you a big surprise. The dwarf said very honestly. Well, you can try. Jenny nodded. There was no loss even if she failed. What if she succeeded? Just as the dwarf's face showed joy, she shook her head and said, But you can't go out. It's too dangerous. I'll arrange for someone else to choose her. I'm not afraid of death. The dwarf said righteously. I'm afraid that you'll die. If something happens to me, His Majesty Valerian's will descend on you, and you'll be the next high priest. You mustn't die. The dwarf knelt on the ground with a plop, hugging Jenny's legs and wailing. I can't bear to part with you. Let me die in your place. Jenny looked at the dwarf with a strange expression. His feelings were sincere, and he cried bitterly. It didn't seem like he was faking it. But he was quite afraid of her before, and even more afraid of paying the public grain. Could it be that his mouth said no, but his heart yearned for it, and his body enjoyed it? Alas, she had already given everything to His Majesty Balerion, and could not respond to his feelings. For the sake of his deep affection and sincerity, she would be more unrestrained when collecting public grain in the future. Dang dang dang, just as the two of them were being lovey-dovey, a hurried bell suddenly rang in the cave outside the house. It was an alarm. Ah, Dragon Queen is attacking our camp on the surface? The dwarf stood up in surprise. Jenny closed her eyes, and through the faith communication device, she contacted the believers of Balerion on the surface. In just a few seconds, her expression changed. Danny Lilith has launched an all-out attack. What? The dwarf was stunned. It was not an act this time. He, the ace spy, had yet to spread the news. Why was the Dragon Queen so impatiently blowing the horn for the final battle? Also, didn't she say it before? The longer the time dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for her. It was around 10 in the morning. The sun in Slave Bay seemed to be covered with a thin veil, and it was no longer as bright and warm. The dwarf was surprised to find that he could even look up at the sun in the sky, but it was not glaring. Although the sky was still blue, and the air was still fresh, he felt that the sky in Slave Bay was slightly dimmer than before he entered the cave. One of the entrances to the cave was located in a dangerous cliff 1 kilometer northwest of the Allied Army's camp. The dwarf begged 100 times before he could go up to the surface with Jenny. Standing on the cliff that was more than 30 meters high and looking down at the camp, the dwarf felt indescribably shocked. This was an unprecedented final battle. The sky, the sea, and the ground were all fighting at the same time. Dragon roars, battle cries, drumming, centaur bells, scimitar and metal swords clashing. The battle of the dragons in the sky was especially shocking. 40 pterosaurs of the Allied Army vs 1 Dragon Queen and 4 Megalosaurus. Oh gods! Is that even human? The dwarf's hands holding the binoculars were trembling. A silver iron helmet, a pale golden visor, a blue-white plate armor that fit her body, silver lobster gloves, a silver iron skirt armor with blue silk sewn on it, and long iron boots. Dragon Queen's entire body was wrapped in steel armor, and outside the armor, there was a layer of dark red fire mist. It was as if there was a fireball bubble wrapped around her as she flew in the sky. That's right, she did not ride a dragon, but she flew in the sky. Her speed and agility were like a wind fairy. Whether it was the Megalosaurus in the sky or the pterosaurs, they were all larger in size. Even the smallest, Little Gold, was now more than 15 meters tall. Hence, Megalosaurus and pterosaurs had a lot of inertia. The faster they were, the worse their ability to turn. Dragon Queen, who was less than 2 meters tall, was like a jumping marble in the huge group of dragons that were dozens of meters long. She moved left and right, up and down, forward and backward, stopping and moving. She moved with a thought from all directions. Roar! Suddenly, a mournful howl resounded through the sky, and the surrounding battlefield of more than 10 kilometers was also shaken. The dwarf looked over and saw Dragon Queen crouching down and piercing the shadow dragon's skull with her sword. The demon sword's flames exploded, and flames burned through the pterosaur's brain, coming out of its mouth and nostrils. The dying black-scaled pterosaur let out a mournful cry that shook the soul. And Dragon Queen was like an emotionless Grim Reaper. She immediately pulled out her sword and soared into the sky. As if there were eyes on the back of her head, she avoided the sudden attack of a 30-meter-long dung-green swamp dragon. The pterosaur opened its mouth that was as big as a car door. It could have swallowed Dragon Queen from behind by surprise, but she seemed to have been prepared. Her body glided in an arc in the air, just avoiding the mouth, and floated in front of the swamp dragon's eyes. Her expression could not be seen, but the dwarf swore that she must have been very pleased with herself and had a smile on her face. Because her movements were so flashy and elegant, he was full of envy. She played it down and casually pierced the pterosaur's eyeball that was as big as the steering wheel of a car. No wonder her sword was so big. Compared to her tall and slender body, it was also very uncoordinated. The black sword in her right hand made the dwarf think of a door plank. The sword was wrapped in raging flames. With a slash of the sword, the blue, silky sky seemed to be cut open by a red line. The sword pierced the pterosaur's eyeball. Raging flames surged, and immediately, there was another mournful cry that could shatter the dome of the sky that was like an upside-down bowl. Then, the third pterosaur rushed towards her. It was a shadow dragon with sharp claws and teeth. It was faster than her and also sneaked an attack from her blind spot. Just as she stabbed the sword into the pterosaur's eyeball, its blade-like sharp claws clawed at her body. Without pulling out her sword, she drifted 2 meters to the left and dodged the claw attack. Then, her body spun like a top. Sticking close to the shadow dragon's scales, she slid along its hind legs, past its lower abdomen, and all the way to the base of its wings. As her body spun like a top, the white sword in her left hand that was as bright as ice and snow also blossomed into a dazzling white sword flower. It left bloody scars on the pterosaur's thigh and lower abdomen. Then, the pterosaur's left wing was like a banquet tent that had been crushed by a typhoon. It was tattered and dragon blood splashed out. The pterosaur could no longer control its flying movements. Like a plane that had lost its momentum, it fell to the ground with a sorrowful cry. When the storm of swords broke through the pterosaur's wings, it also moved a few steps to the right and cut the dragon knight on the dragon's back who was adjusting the pterosaur's movements in a panic into 2. Then, Dragon Queen jumped lightly and landed in front of the forehead of the pterosaur that had pierced its left eye. She slowly pulled out her black sword. His Dragon Queen has become a god. The dwarf watched in a cold sweat and felt dizzy. Dragon Queen's fighting style crushed his worldview. How could a single person be so strong? Yes, she has become a demigod. Jenny's face was gloomy. A powerful elemental demigod, wind god. Demigod, wind god. The dwarf was at a loss at first, and then he said in horror, Dragon Queen is a demigod? She's using her divine power right now. In my eyes, she's like a small sun. Her divine splendor is dazzling and eye-catching. Speaking of this, Jenny's voice became more resentful. She cursed, damn it, how did she master Wind's song? Hasn't Wind's song always been in the hands of the Westeros monster? The dwarf glanced at the flustered and exasperated Jenny and asked carefully, is Wind's song very strong? Can't you see? She is flying. She is fighting a group of pterosaurs alone. Jenny roared at him. The dwarf shrank his neck and whispered, Wind's song let her fly, but she is so strong not only because she can fly. Ravens can also fly, and flying into a group of pterosaurs is a piece of cake. Hearing this, Jenny was not angry. Instead, she calmed down. You are right. Her swordsmanship, her state of being almost omniscient and omnipotent on the battlefield is very abnormal. Looking at the 4 megalosaurus hovering in the sky, Jenny was thoughtful. Maybe, she has surpassed all the great wizards in Valeglia and broken through the limit of only 1 megalosaurus dragon spirit. These dragons are all her eyes. Chapter 725. Big Black, Little White, Little Green, and Little Gold didn't just act as radar machines in the sky. As long as there was a chance. For example, if the opponent's pterosaur was alone, or if the pterosaur flew above 400 meters, they would dive down at high speed and spray out dragon flames. It was mainly for safety. Dong, see, Danny was hit by an arrow. The Megalosaurus radar was very cool to see the full map. In addition, with the magical perception of the surrounding environment in the state of Wind's song, Danny would almost never be surrounded and wouldn't be ambushed. However, the current situation was that she was killing the pterosaurs of the Alliance army. Therefore, the battlefield was chosen by the pterosaurs of the Alliance army within the range of the dragon-slaying crossbows. The scorpion crossbows of the Alliance army were endless. There were many arrows and they were fast, but the size of the arrows was relatively small. Even if there were no obstructions in the vision range, the dynamic vision of the Megalosaurus couldn't capture all the arrows. When the vision of the ground was blocked by the pterosaurs in the middle space, the Megalosaurus radar in the higher space would miss many arrows. Thus, there was a possibility that Danny would be hit by an arrow. 5 meters long, as thick as a thumb, the tip of the arrow was twisted into a spiral shape and was as thin as a willow leaf. When it flew, it had its own spiral force. A series of sparks and horrifying sounds were made as it drilled into the lower abdomen of the dragon queen. It actually scratched the painted coating of the queen's armor. It was too hateful. Alright, there was almost no penetrating force, but the powerful impact still made the dragon queen fly out uncontrollably. Then, a pterosaur flew over and successfully picked up the corpse. Wow, it swallowed the dragon queen in one bite. That's right. The dragon queen was bitten by a 25-meter-long swamp dragon. Only her 2 legs were hanging by the pterosaur's mouth and swaying non-stop. Ah, the dwarf exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Jenny was wild with joy. Victory, victory, victory of the Alliance army. The dragon-slaying crossbows were thunderous with cheers. The centaur cavalry outside the camp of the Alliance army also had a momentary commotion. Meilin City, at the top of the Great Pyramid, old Yimont, who was observing Long Zhan through telescopic glasses, almost fainted. He clutched his chest and groaned in grief. But the pterosaur was already chewing with its cheeks puffed up, and the dragon queen's exposed legs were still swinging. There was no blood splattering, no broken limbs falling off. Suddenly, there was an almost inaudible cracking sound in the sky, as if something had broken. "Awoo!" The pterosaur wailed in a muffled voice. 2 broken teeth that were as thick as the soles of feet fell from the sky, reflecting bits of light under the sunlight. Gods! The dwarf held his forehead and exclaimed, "Dragon Queen is wearing tile steel armor. It's so sturdy. The pterosaur's teeth are all broken, but it can't bite through it at all." Tile steel armor, Jenny's face twisted. I shouldn't have forged those 2 statues. Valeglia's control over tile steel weapons was extremely strict. They had only forged 2,000 tile steel weapons in 6,000 years. As for tile steel armor, it was even rarer. Only the direct descendants of the 14 Fire Peaks were qualified to wear it. Maybe it was because they were too pleased with themselves, or maybe it was fate, but Valeglia had left 2 huge loopholes in Gatto. At this moment, Big Black, who was high up in the sky, without anyone noticing, lost its agility and went into a stiff gliding state. Then, everyone was shocked to see a string of golden flames filling the mouth of the pterosaur that was biting Dragon Queen. Black smoke and pillars of fire spurted out from the pterosaur's nostrils, teeth, and eyes. The dwarf even noticed that the dragon's eye, which was as big as a rice cooker, was connected to a green-red nerve tentacle that was as thick as an arm. It hung under the pterosaur's eye socket, and it was like fried meat in a pot of oil, sizzling with oil. Dragon Queen's entire body was covered in flames. She broke free from the dragon's kiss and continued her massacre as if nothing had happened. Even the pterosaur's saliva and blood on her body were all cleaned up by the flames. There's no way to fight this battle. He looked at Dragon Queen, who had split the pterosaur knight into 2 with a sword, and said with a complicated expression, "The pterosaur's bite earlier might not have caused a penetrative wound, but it would definitely have caused a blunt injury. If it was a normal person, their organs would have bled and their body would be paralyzed, but the dwarf touched his big nose, and could not help but shed tears of sympathy for his allies. The Dragon Queen must also be injured, but she knows healing magic. Strong attack, agile movement, high defense, and rapid recovery of HP, not to mention this low magic and low martial arts world, even in the game, she would be a bug-like existence. I didn't expect her to have such a strong trump card." Jenny gradually regained her composure. If she didn't expose herself today, I wouldn't even know that she had become a demigod, and even learned the Song of Wind and the Song of Fire. She has at least cultivated 2 top-notch meditation techniques, wind and fire, and can at least fight with 2 Megalosaurus dragon spirits. If we follow the original plan, even if we successfully kidnap Aegon, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill her who can fly quickly. What do we do now? If this goes on, our winged dragons will all die today, and then we'll completely lose control of the air. I can even imagine that the mother of dragons, winged dragon knights, who didn't appear today, will carry kerosene bombs tomorrow and bombard our ports, ships, and barracks without restraint, said the dwarf worriedly. The Allied army's main camp was built near the sea, so they also built a temporary cargo port by the sea. Every day, ships from Tolos would transport food and military supplies. Yes, Tolos did not have any food, it was only a transit station. Ships from all over the world came from afar to unload their goods at Tolos, and then arrange for fast ships to transport them to the Allied army's main camp. Because of the fall of New Gith, and also because of the raiding team in the Strait of Maiden Freedom, the Allied army's logistics costs were 3 times higher than before. Almost every 3 ships that passed through the Strait of Maiden Freedom would be raided, and only one could avoid the patrol ships and patrolling winged dragon sight. The Strait of Maiden Freedom was too wide, more than 200 kilometers, and it was difficult to completely seal it off. One of the reasons why Dany had not taken the initiative to attack the Allied army before was that the Allied army's logistics team was transporting food for her. In recent months, New York and Annan towns had seized more than 100,000 tons of food. With so much food entering the pockets of the Dragon Queen, the difficulties of the Allied army's logistics could be imagined. If the Dragon Queen obtained complete control of the air and burned the small port of the Allied army's main camp to ashes, then the Allied army would collapse due to hunger without even fighting. Seeing Jenny's thoughtful expression, the dwarf continued to work hard, stomping his feet and wailing, "Priestess, what other trump cards do you have? Don't hide them. The Dragon Queen has already bet all her assets, don't be reserved anymore. I didn't complete the mission, and there's also a heretical god seed in my head. If I don't bring back some valuable information, don't mention finding the Dragon Queen to save my life, she'll probably sacrifice me." "Sigh, I don't have any more trump cards," Jenny said helplessly. "Valeglia has dominated the world for thousands of years, it's impossible that she doesn't have any trump cards, right?" The dwarf's face was full of doubt. Valeglia's trump card has always been the Megalosaurus. If one Megalosaurus can't solve a problem, send a team of 5 Megalosaurus. If one team of Megalosaurus can't solve a problem, then send 10. If 10 teams can't solve a problem, then send 100 Megalosaurus to form an army. If 100 Megalosaurus can't solve a problem, then send 200, 300, if it's really not possible, then send out all of them. At our peak, we had more than 500 adult Megalosaurus. What trump card is stronger than 500 Megalosaurus? The dwarf was completely speechless. Yes, what trump card is stronger than 500 Megalosaurus? None. 100 Megalosaurus destroyed the Undul's civilization. 300 Megalosaurus destroyed the Loiner civilization, which had a powerful true god. After that, Valeglia rode Megalosaurus and sang, "Invincible is so lonely." Lady Jenny, Lady Jenny. The triangular-faced Sibirio and war god Yuan Kai, who had a dragon-slaying saber at his waist, rushed over together. They were in a hurry, and there was an unconcealable panic in their voices. "You two are the commanders of the army." Jenny was shocked and angry. She scolded, "Why are you all here? Who's commanding at the front line? Don't talk about commanding, they don't even listen to orders." War god Yuan Kai was also full of resentment. His tone was very aggressive. The bombardment that lasted for more than a month already made the soldiers in the camp anxious and their morale low. Now that they see Dany rise killing the winged dragon army single-handedly with 2 swords, how can they still fight? Not to mention. At this point, the war god looked around. The cliff here wasn't very high. It was only about 30 meters above the horizon. Jenny and the others were standing in the wrong position. They were halfway up the cliff, facing the southeast corner of the camp. They couldn't see the northwest camp behind them, which was being attacked by the centaurs. The war god didn't care about his fear of Jenny. He stretched out his large hand and pulled the petite blonde priestess up the cliff. If you stand up there, you'll be discovered by the megalosaurus. The dwarf hurriedly reminded. But Jenny didn't react and let the war god do what he wanted. When they reached the top of the cliff, war god Yuan Kai pointed to the north and said angrily, "Priestess, look, look." The endless horsemen howled as they charged from the northern plains. The Dothraki Sea had become a real ocean. Strong winds blew, and the Dothraki horsemen were like a tsunami. The hooves and roars of the horsemen were like the roar of the waves, and the dust beneath the hooves of the horsemen was the pervasive water vapor. The huge camp of the Alliance army stretched for nearly 20 kilometers along the coastline. It was like a seaside house built by a black-hearted merchant. The first wave knocked down the balcony railings. The second wave swept away the safe in the bedroom and the mistress on the bed. The third wave hit, and the whole house was on the verge of collapse. The fourth wave, of course, not all of the Alliance army were mercenaries, but mercenaries made up at least 60% of them. And the morals of mercenaries were known by everyone in the world. The Dragon Queen had been bombarding the camp for more than a month. The reason why the mercenaries could hold on and not run was because the high-ranking officers of the Alliance army had promised that High Priestess Jenny had a trump card. The Alliance army would definitely win. As long as they held on, they would be able to obtain the countless treasures, boys, girls, and the real Dragon Queen, but when the mercenaries asked what the trump card was, even war god Yuan Kai Graz Dan didn't know. Now, in the sky, there was the Dragon Queen on a killing spree. On the sea, hundreds of warships of the Mother of Dragons surrounded the Alliance army's small cargo port. On the ground, tens of thousands of roaring warriors trampled on the Alliance army's camp. High Priestess, our army is collapsing. War god Yuan Kai Graz pointed at the camp that was in a mess and cried, "Our camp is 20 kilometers long, and the collapse of the front camp is spreading to the back camp. I can imagine that when all the winged dragons in the sky die, the entire camp, hundreds of thousands of people will lose their courage. The mercenaries will run like wolves, and the loyal warriors will be at a loss and follow them. Everything will be over. What plan do you have?" Jenny asked with a gloomy face. "I don't even know your trump card, so what plan do I have?" "My lord, listen to my advice. If you have a trump card, use it directly. In front of Danny Rise, don't come up with any complicated plans or schemes," war god Yuan Kai Graz said earnestly. Chapter 726. Lady Jenny, the morale of the army is in chaos, and the main camp has already collapsed. If you have a trump card, use it immediately. Otherwise, the alliance will cease to exist after today, the Kai Yuan battle god advised. Jenny looked at the collapsing camp in the distance and frowned, hesitating. "If we don't use a plan and fight head-on, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill Danny Rise," she said softly. "Lady Jenny," Grazadon lamented, stomping his feet, "I've said it many times, and I've experienced it many times. When it comes to the Dragon Queen, schemes will only backfire because we are not as smart as her. How can a fool fool a smart person?" Jenny's face instantly darkened. "You're a fool, but that doesn't mean I'm as stupid as you." "Pa!" The Kai Yuan battle god clapped and pointed at Jenny. "Yes, that's the way to think. Many people and I have similar thoughts, but only those who aren't that smart can think like that. Smart people should learn from the mistakes of their predecessors and face reality bravely." Jenny clenched her fists, and her blue eyes flashed with multiple pupils. Demonic energy surged within her body, and the next moment, seeing this, the triangular-faced Sibirio hurriedly interjected, High Priestess, the situation is critical. The alliance is finished. Even if you have thousands of plans and methods, you don't have the foundation to use them. Ah, Lady Jenny, I'm telling the truth. Please don't be angry. The Kai Yuan battle god also realized that his previous words were inappropriate. However, he really had a lot of things to say, and he couldn't help but say them. You've been hiding your trump card all this time, not even telling a high-ranking officer like me. But the problem is, can you hide it? 5,000 elephant soldiers have disappeared, and large amounts of food have mysteriously disappeared every 3 days. Even if I'm an idiot, I can guess that you dug a tunnel. It's not on the ground, it's not in the sky, and it can't be in the sea. It can only be underground. The Kai Yuan battle god's tone was certain, and Jenny was speechless. Is the Dragon Queen stupid? The battle god continued, only an idiot would think that she's stupid. So, she must have guessed that you have. After a moment of hesitation, Grazidon slowly uttered a word, dragon worm. Only the dragon worms unique to Valeglia could dig such a large hole. Jenny lamented in her heart, too much time has been wasted. Now, even this war god, who had been defeated time and time again, realized that something was wrong and guessed her trump card. Danny Alice, who was investigating the Alliance camp every day, would most likely not be able to hide it either. I originally planned to kidnap Aegon quickly and lure Danny Rise out. Then, the dragon worm would suddenly emerge from the ground and swallow her. Who knew that the Westeros were too complicated and wasted too much time? At this point, Jenny no longer concealed her thoughts. She was not stupid. If the 5,000 elephant soldiers only disappeared for a week or two, everyone would slowly investigate and guess where they were hiding. If the elephant soldiers disappeared for a month and everyone searched everywhere but did not see them, they might guess the truth. Just like a missing person, the family would only be alerted after 24 hours and call the police. Jenny's original plan was to kidnap King Aegon during that 24 hours, when no one would be suspicious. At that time, the two armies of the True Dragon Alliance were already approaching the King's Landing. If Aegon did not fall into Winterfell, the Winged Dragon mercenary group that Yuluen hired would have already clashed with Aegon. It was less than 3 days after the elephant soldiers disappeared. But everyone knew what happened after that. Stannis brought Aegon from Winterfell to White Harbor and rode for more than a week. Then, he went to Snakewood City and floated on the sea for another week. When he arrived at Snakewood City, the Ragged Prince met up with him. Then, there was another round. Sigh, during this period, too much time was wasted. I see. The Kaiyuan war god, Triangle Face, and the dwarf finally understood why Jenny left behind such a huge loophole as the 5,000 elephant soldiers that disappeared. In other words, the waters of the Westeros were too muddy. Even the powerful Alliance army could not understand the situation there. Jenny's gaze gradually became resolute. She pointed at the northern camp that was being ravaged by the centaurs and said to Triangle Face, "Withdraw your men and lure the centaurs 10 kilometers away from the camp. Today, I will close the door and beat the dogs. They will not be able to return." Triangle Face was overjoyed. "I will arrange it." Jenny stared at the Dragon Queen who was slaughtering the winged dragons in mid-air and said coldly, "Be careful, don't leave any traces behind. Try your best to lure the centaurs in. I want to go on a killing spree too. Our army is really collapsing. It's hard to fake it." Triangle Face laughed bitterly and quickly left on his horse. "You are still not leaving?" Jenny looked at the Kaiyuan war god calmly. Grazidon laughed bitterly. "You didn't tell me the secret of the dragon worm previously because you didn't trust me. Now that you want to lure the centaurs into the trap, before the situation is settled, how can I leave your sight? Furthermore, the main force this time is the dragon worm. It doesn't matter if I am there or not." In the case of the fall of New Gith, the Kaiyuan war god was once labeled as a revolutionary spy, together with Zero and Shui Gu. Even after Jenny discovered the secret of the shape-shifting animal companion, the three of them were defeated. However, they were still in an awkward situation. They were not trusted and were even alienated by their former companions. In a fit of anger, Zero and Chuegu really betrayed the alliance and became the Dragon Queen's lackeys. Graziden's faith was firm, and even the Dragon Queen did not dare to corrupt him. However, it was difficult to judge a book by its cover. His determination was not known by others. For example, Jenny's suspicion of the war god was even higher than Zero and Chuegu. That was because Zero and Chuegu did not make any mistakes after that. Instead, the Kaiyuan war god. The entire East army was wiped out. Even Biasabad was taken down by the Dragon Queen. All of this was because the Dragon Queen knew about the East army's plan to secretly gather at Mirene City along the Kaisai mountain path. The Kaiyuan war god was the commander-in-chief of the East army. If he did not take the blame, who would? Jenny looked at the war god and said coldly, "You don't seem to think highly of my plan." The Kaiyuan war god shook his head. "Your plan is very good. If we can achieve complete victory this time, no one will take the blame." "What does it mean that you are afraid of taking the blame?" Jenny said calmly. Graziden smiled helplessly and asked, "If she knew that you had the dragon bug, would Danny Rise not be prepared?" "I think that she is more likely to beat you at your own game out of habit. Actually, you should have waited for Aegon to arrive before sending the 5,000 elephant soldiers into the tunnel," the dwarf could not help but say. Before Jenny could reply, Graziden shook his head and said, "You are wrong. The elephant soldiers must disappear before they reach Mirene. The Alliance has hundreds of thousands of troops, and the Dragon Queen cannot monitor every single troop. Therefore, when she discovers that the elephant soldiers have disappeared, she will immediately suspect that they were lost on the way. When we get close to Mirene, the Alliance will always be under the Dragon Queen's surveillance. If we set up camp at Mirene City, then one day..." Hiss! The fire sword entered the dragon's throat, and dragon blood spurted out. The pterosaur flapped its wings and howled as it fell from the sky. Another swamp dragon was killed by the Dragon Queen. Gazing at the figure in the sky that melted into the wind, Graziden was silent for a moment before he sighed and continued, "If the elephant soldiers in the camp suddenly disappear, not only will the Dragon Queen be able to guess where they went immediately, the Alliance's spies will also spread the news. Don't be suspicious. Although I am not a spy, there are definitely many people in the Alliance who are secretly in contact with the Dragon Queen. Look, how can such a Dragon Queen not make people fear her? This is really..." The dwarf was completely speechless. He thought that only the Westeros had the rule of always standing on the winner's side in power games, but he did not expect the Alliance's singing warriors to do the same. A dim light flashed in Jenny's eyes, and she said calmly, "Actually, there is another reason. The elephant soldiers must be sent into the tunnel immediately." "What is it?" the dwarf asked curiously. "How many elephant soldiers have you seen underground?" Jenny asked. The dwarf thought for a moment, and was shocked. He had seen giant elephants underground, and he had also seen the elephant soldiers who controlled them, but the total number did not exceed 1,000. He had thought that the remaining elephant soldiers were hidden in other tunnels, but the meaning of Jenny's words, as expected, Jenny continued, "Does the Megalosaurus want to eat? What about the pterosaur? What about the dragon worm? His Tessa had a big belly and ate at least one sheep a day. What about the dragon worm?" In an instant, a chill rushed from his tailbone to his brain, and the dwarf's face turned pale. "It's all eaten." He seemed to hear his own trembling voice coming from someone else's throat. The Kai Yuan war god was not stupid, and he immediately understood what Jenny and the dwarf were talking about. He could not help but feel cold all over, and his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Jenny. "Can't the cows and horses be used?" the Kai Yuan war god asked softly. Jenny shook her head helplessly, and said, I didn't want to use the precious giant elephants to feed the dragon worms, but even the humans are running out of food, so I can only let the biggest eaters be eaten. The Kai Yuan war god could not help but smile bitterly. It was indeed so. A month ago, the Alliance army had started slaughtering the horses and cows, and half a month ago, the spare war horses, a regular knight was provided with at least 3 horses, were placed on the soldiers' tables one after another. How many elephant soldiers are left? The dwarf asked. 2,000. So many, the war god was surprised. The dwarf's mouth twitched. 2,000 is not even half of the total. I thought it was all eaten, but now it feels like there are 2,000 more, the war god said awkwardly. The giant elephants are big, so they're full. If the dragon worms don't dig, their consumption is much less than the megalosaurus, Jenny said. The war drums beat above Mirene City, and between the blue sky and white clouds, human figures surrounded by flames floated and flashed. Pterosaurs' blood splattered across the sky, and their cries spread for more than 10 kilometers. To the north of the Alliance army's camp, the excited sounds of the centaurs could be heard from afar. The horses galloped for more than 10 kilometers, and the cries of the Alliance army mixed with the cries of the pterosaurs in the sky. However, it was obvious that there were more than 50,000 centaurs that had besieged the camp. Now that the gates of the camp had been broken and the morale of the Alliance army had been destroyed, only about a fifth of the centaurs had charged into the camp to chase after the ducks. The rest of the centaurs had spread out and hunted the Alliance army's knights in the vast plains outside the camp. In the first half of the camp, tents had collapsed, swords had broken, and blood had dyed the ground red. The fences were burned, and black smoke rose into the sky. It was like the withered fingers of the Grim Reaper reaching for the sky, wanting to take away the lives of all living things on this land. Only 10,000 men. Jenny's expression was gloomy. The Alliance army has completely collapsed, and the soldiers have no fighting spirit. A 10,000 men full of energy is enough to wipe out 100,000 deserters, Glasden lamented. If that's the case, then let the blood and bones of the centaurs reforge the soul of our army. Chapter 727. Danny turned into a ball of fire and blended into the natural wind between heaven and earth. The 4 megalosaurus in the sky transmitted visual and auditory information to her from all directions. She was like a little loach, swimming nimbly in the sky, taking away the lives of the dragon knights and pterosaurs. In the beginning, she was still using her swordsmanship and flying. Every move, she was purposefully slashing the dragon knights and attacking the pterosaurs' vital points. But as she killed and killed, she gradually entered a state of enlightenment. Just like Wang Shiji writing, preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection, in Kuaiji Mountain, just like Li Bai singing, bringing in the wine, while drunk, just like the last night of Damo's 9 years of meditation, Danny's divinity of fire, divinity of wind, and divinity of sword were sublimated together. Swinging the sword, slashing, flashing, and flying were no longer skills in her subjective consciousness, but turned into Tao and integrated into her instincts. Others may only feel that her movements were becoming more concise and her sword was becoming sharper, but a master swordsman like Baristan could clearly feel the changes in the Dragon Queen. Because their own realm was not enough, they only felt that the Dragon Queen had changed and become much more powerful, but they did not understand the reason or where her changes were. Suddenly, Danny stopped and summoned Dahe, because the remaining 8 pterosaurs in the sky were scared out of their wits and began to flee in all directions. The fire ladder technique allowed her to levitate, and the song of wind allowed her to fly in the wind, but she was only at the speed of a car on the street, 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, far slower than the pterosaurs. When she landed on Dahe's back, exhaustion surged like a tide. Danny groaned, feeling that her muscles and bones were sore and numb, and her whole body was weak. Her organs seemed to be pierced by thousands of needles, slightly tingling. Her head was as numb as a chopping board, and she almost lost the ability to think. For the first time, she was in a state of magic exhaustion. Flying felt good for a moment, but, boom. Dani was sighing with emotion as she commanded Dahe to burn a pterosaur. Suddenly, there was an explosion below her. Roar! A soul-tearing beast's roar resounded in all directions, and a scorching airflow rushed straight into the sky. Dahe's body that spread out its wings tilted. Boom! Along with the airwave, a towering pillar of fire appeared. It was as if Big Black was flying over the ground, and suddenly, an underground volcano erupted, spewing out a pillar of magma from the Earth's core. Raging flames raged and black smoke billowed. The burnt smell of sulfur and the scorching heat of the flames attacked Big Black at the same time. Well, the awkward thing was that only the burnt smell and the heatwave hit Dahe. Although he was only 200 meters tall, he was still far beyond the attack range. Dani didn't need to lower her head. The other three Megalosaurus, as radar machines, transmitted information from the ground from multiple angles. It was a giant earthworm with red and black scales. It was 50 meters long and as thick as a bus. It had no wings or legs. In fact, it had legs, but they had degenerated to the point where they were almost invisible. It also had no nose, eyes, ears, or other organs on its head. It only had a big mouth with sharp teeth. When he opened his mouth, one could see that his mouth was filled with densely packed rows of teeth that resembled a forest of swords. The dragon worm was finally revealed to the world. Well, when Dani and old Bart went to explore Orlos, they met Jenny and had a fight with her. At that time, the other party vomited out countless baby dragon worms. It was not the first time that Dani had seen it. It was just that the dragon worm they encountered today was particularly huge. Its size looked like an earthworm, but it was not much smaller than the Megalosaurus. Its body surface was not greasy, but very dry. It exuded a scorching aura that evaporated the soil on the ground. It also had dragon scales similar to the pterosaur and Megalosaurus. However, compared with the Megalosaurus, the dragon worm's scales were finer and thinner. Hiss! Grr! The dragon worm was like a sea clam that had been dripped with salt water on the beach. Half of its body stretched out of the ground, opened its mouth full of sharp teeth, and roared angrily at the Megalosaurus. Dahe's dragon flames, with the help of Dani's witchcraft, only had a killing radius of 30 to 40 meters. The dragon worm stood on its feet and spat saliva into the sky, but it could only attack flying objects at a height of 40 to 50 meters. It could not reach Dahe at all. Dani smiled coldly, and immediately sent an order to Baristan and Garth Hyder through the Faith communication channel. The next moment. Woo-woo! Outside the camp, a loud and sonorous horn sounded from the Centaur army. Under Baristan's command, tens of thousands of centaurs began to retreat in an orderly manner. Bang! Ong! Bang! Ong! Other than the dragon worm at the entrance of the Alliance's camp, in a short span of 10 seconds, another 4 dragon worms that were more than 40 meters long emerged from the Centaur army. Black smoke, red flames, the smoke wrapped around the fire. The centaurs were like candles, howling miserably as they melted. While spitting fire, the dragon worms were like stone rollers, rolling their bodies, crushing the centaurs and their horses into a bloody pulp. Green intestines, red blood, and white bones were mixed together with the black soil. There were even more dragon worms that went berserk, and like a bulldozer, they dug into the centaur cavalry. They opened their mouths, and their teeth were like steel sieves, scraping deeply into the ground. Even the thick layer of mud, the horses, and the riders on the horses were all dug in. It was like the gods had drawn a picture of 10,000 horses galloping on the grassland, and then the dragon worms were like an eraser, erasing a blank space on the picture with the grassland as the background. Their mouths were like a meat grinder, and the cries of the centaurs and their horses disappeared in an instant. Only the dark red mud mixed with blood seeped out from the gaps of their teeth as their mouths chewed. This scene was like a battle between Godzilla and a primitive man. However, although the centaurs were primitive, the horses were not primitive at all. Hiss, 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 the dragon worms did not wreak havoc for long, and a large group of pterosaurs took off from Marine City. Ah, we have completely lost control of the air. Slaver's Bay has activated its bombing mode. The dwarf exclaimed. Jenny's face was green. Indeed, without the harassment of their pterosaurs, the other party could calmly carry out their bomb-throwing practice. More than 40 pterosaurs flew out from Marine City, and the rookie dragon knights appeared together. The pterosaurs lined up in formation, and like a dark cloud, they covered the dragon worms. When they arrived above the dragon worms, the pterosaurs reduced their speed and changed their flight mode to hovering. No one knew what the knight on the dragon's saddle did, but suddenly, the sound of a rubber band snapping came from the sky. Then, the bottom of the wooden box in the pterosaur's claws fell off. Whoosh 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 whoosh, it started to rain. Long spears that shone with cold light fell from the wooden box like rain. Under the influence of gravity, they moved faster and faster. Ah, this is bad. The dwarf's hand that held the binoculars tightened, and he could not help but exclaim. Scorpion crossbow, made entirely of steel, weighed only 2.5 pounds, had an effective attack height of 300 meters, and a maximum height of 400 meters. The pterosaurs flew at a height of 500 meters, and the spears in the box weighed 10 pounds. Between the dragon slayer crossbow and the pterosaur flying spears, whose attack power was stronger? The scorpion crossbow needed at least 2 minutes to reload, and the scorpion crossbow formation usually had 50 crossbows, which meant that in 2 minutes, 50 crossbow bolts would be shot out. The pterosaurs carried at least 300 pounds, and the swamp dragons carried more than a ton. The Black Reaper that Danny gave to the Aegon King had a maximum weight of close to 3 tons. A ton of weight was equivalent to 200 pterosaur flying spears. More than 40 pterosaurs, more than 10 tons of weight, and close to 3,000 fine steel spears, wouldn't that be a rain? No. Jenny's eyes were about to split open, she opened her mouth, and soul-suppressing soul sound waves spread out like a tsunami. The pterosaurs in the sky swayed, and their bodies stiffened. Ha ha ha. Dragon Queen's laughter shook the sky, and the souls of the pterosaurs and knights were cleansed, and they regained their mobility. Soul attacks like the true dragon's roar had no effect on Danny's side, or on the Alliance army. Danny and Jenny came from the same sect, so their moves were the same. If you can attack, I can defend. Hey, you're crazy, you exposed our position. The dwarf stomped his feet anxiously. In just a short moment, Little White and Little Green changed their direction, and flew towards the cliff where Jenny and the other two were standing. Run! The Kai Yuan war god pulled Jenny and crawled towards the crevice below. The dwarf hurriedly followed, and at the last moment before leaving the cliff, he tilted his head and looked towards the west. Whoosh 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 whoosh, tsk tsk tsk, hiss, the dwarf sucked in a breath of cold air. The scales of the dragon worm were like beautiful silk cloth, beautiful but useless, all the spears that landed on them didn't even reach the top. The 2-meter-long steel spears actually pierced into the dragon worm's body. Roar roar roar, the dragon worm's round body was like a tire filled with tomato juice, and then it was stabbed a few times with an icicle, and red juice with thick smoke splattered more than 10 meters high. The blood was like lava, falling on the grass, igniting the withered grass stalks, and falling on the centaurs' faces, burning through their bones. Queen of Khal, Danny Lizzie, Queen of Khal. Suddenly, the cheers of the centaurs resounded through the sky. Tens of thousands of centaurs shouted together, shaking the heavens and the earth. The sound waves dispersed the clouds in the sky, and washed away the fear that the dragon worm exerted on their hearts. The centaurs suffered heavy losses, eaten by the dragon worm, burned to death, and crushed into teppanyaki. They were also accidentally injured by the steel spears that fell from the sky, just like the cockroaches in Old Ghost Village. Yep, They were even worse than cockroaches. The spears were too powerful, and when they pierced into their backs, they would either break into two pieces, and when they pierced into their heads, there would be a boom, worse than having a grenade in their mouths. However, the 5 inferno fire demons that crawled out from the ground were all dead. The pterosaur javelins were just that powerful, killing 5 dragon worms in one wave. The scorpion crossbow shot the megalosaurus from the bottom to the top, so the kinetic energy was getting lower and lower. The pterosaur javelins fell from the top, and under the acceleration of gravity, their speed was getting faster and faster. In addition, the pterosaur javelins were heavier than the scorpion crossbow's arrows, so the kinetic energy of the pterosaur javelins increased by dozens of times. Not to mention the soft, dragon worms, even the thin-skinned armored vehicles couldn't withstand it. All soldiers of the Alliance army, listen up, the dragon worms have all been killed, you have no hope of turning the tables, immediately throw down your weapons and surrender. Big Black's loudspeaker came online again, and Dragon Queen rode on her dragon and circled above the Alliance army camp, showing off her might, feeling proud of herself. The Alliance army has been defeated, the Alliance army has been defeated. Long live the Queen, long live the Queen. The tens of thousands of centaurs at the north end of the camp, and the Mother of Dragons guards in Meilin City, 10 kilometers south of the camp, cheered together, beating drums, blowing horns, and shouting loudly. The entire battlefield, which stretched for tens of kilometers, seemed to be echoing with the sound of, "The Alliance army has been defeated, long live the Queen." Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there were 4 consecutive landslides. 4 landslides, 4 bottomless pits, and 4 dragon worms stuck their heads out and roared at the sky. Jenny was unwilling to admit defeat, so she continued to work hard. Chapter 728. In an instant, the world was silent. Apart from the roar of the dragon worm, Blackie, the centaurs, and the Mother of Dragons guards in Meereen all went silent. The fleeing Alliance army also stopped and stared blankly in the direction of the dragon worm. Their eyes that were filled with despair once again lit up with the flame of hope. Victory to the Alliance army, Meereen will be broken. In the silence, the Alliance army camp began to shout sporadically. The appearance of the 4 dragon worms not only saved the Alliance army from defeat, but also re-established the belief of victory in the hearts of the crumbling soldiers. Well, it was not certain how strong this belief was, but the Alliance army finally won half of the battle in the afternoon. This time, Jenny was prepared for the pterosaur spears in the sky. The dragon worms still crawled out of the ground to attack the centaurs, but they did not leave the range of the tunnel. If a small number of pterosaurs threw the spears, the dragon worms would quickly dodge. The spears needed about 10 seconds to fall from 400 to 500 meters. If the pterosaurs threw a rain of spears in a wide range, the dragon worms in the tunnel would immediately dig a hole in the ground. The dragon worms on the ground would be near the tunnel and would be able to drill back into the ground with a few wiggles. After wasting 3,000 spears, Danny began to lower the throwing height of the pterosaur spears. 200 meters, 150 meters, and even 100 meters. She had absolute control of the air, so she could play with it however she wanted. Well, the law of the universe was there for all to see. She could not play with it however she wanted. By lowering the height, the spears would fall faster, but the kinetic energy of the attack would also decrease. In the first wave of attack, the 2-meter-long spears pierced through the dragon worm's body and blood splashed more than 10 meters high. When the spears were lowered to 100 meters, even if the spears hit the dragon worms that did not have time to drill, only a small part of the spears would be embedded under the scales. It was like a toothpick stuck in a python. If the spears did not hit the vital parts, it would be difficult to kill them. Anyway, the battle with the dragon worms started at noon. By 3 in the afternoon, the Meereen pterosaurs had wasted nearly 10,000 spears and only killed 1 dragon worm. The efficiency was too low, and the cost was too high. Danny could only beat the gongs and retreat. Dragon Queen's goal of destroying the Alliance army during the day had failed, and the Alliance army had barely managed to defend their base. At night, in the Queen's palace at the top of the Great Pyramid in Myrene, the giant crab was the first to speak. Your Majesty, we have achieved a great victory in this naval battle. The docks outside the Allied camp have been completely destroyed, and the seas around Myrene have been sealed off by us. If nothing goes wrong, the Alliance will lose control of the sea. Towards the end, his expression was very strange, as if he had encountered something incomprehensible. That's a good thing. What's the problem? Danny was puzzled. Your Majesty, the Allied Navy shouldn't be so weak. The performance of the Allied Third Fleet is too poor, and the Maritime Escort Fleet is slow to react. Could it be a conspiracy? Eris the giant crab frowned. The Third Fleet that was guarding the Allied Army's port was led by Zero, and the Allied Army's escort fleet was led by Cui Gu. Both generals were my spies, so wasn't it normal for the Allied Army to lose control of the seas? Seeing me killing in the sky, how could they not be scared out of their wits? Danny waved her hand, deciding the outcome of today's naval battle. A victory is a victory, what conspiracy is there? Morona. She turned her gaze to the leader of the shapeshifters. How are things on Cui Luo's side? Morona nodded excitedly and smiled. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Tolos is once again in your hands. Well, today's decisive battle didn't just take place in Myrene. Dragon Queen had 200,000 howling warriors, and was fully capable of splitting her forces to attack from multiple directions. Cui Luo led a team of 10,000 men to approach Tolos early in the morning, and blew the horn to attack almost at the same time as Danny. Very good, now the Allied army has lost all their ports at Slave Bay. In the end, Danny turned her gaze to Old Boar, and said with a heavy expression, Sir, how many men did we lose today? More than 5,000 centaurs died, and more than 80% of them died in the first wave of dragon worms. The main reason was that 10,000 centaurs entered the Allied army's camp, and the dragon worms came out from the entrance of the camp, blocking all escape routes. If not for the winged dragon spears you prepared in advance, killing 5 dragon worms in the first wave, the centaurs who entered the camp would have been wiped out. In today's battle, Dragon Queen was the commander-in-chief of the Air Force, and she single-handedly crippled the Allied Army's Air Force, obtaining absolute air supremacy. Baristan commanded 5 teams of 10,000 centaurs, and attacked the centaur camp from the front. Garth Hyder was more talented in the dragon battle, so he led the Winged Dragon Legion, and was responsible for leading the Winged Dragon spears to kill the dragon worms. We've crippled an army of 10,000 men. Danny was not feeling good. Sigh, as expected, plans change again and again. I originally planned to eliminate the Allied army without losing a single soldier, Baristan said in a low voice. Your Majesty, in a world war of this scale, the idea of not losing a single soldier is a shackle on one's mind. People die in war. We lost 5,000 light cavalry, but the enemy's casualties were at least 5 times more than ours. We cut through half of the 20-kilometer-long camp, and burned countless rations, tents, and supplies. This is a great victory, sacrificing 5,000 centaurs is completely worth it. Under normal circumstances, we have already won, a true victory, and without food, the Allied army will definitely collapse. You said it was normal, but is it normal now? Big Bear retorted sourly. If Big Bear had been at Queen's Horn, the task of leading the centaurs would have been given to him. Before Big Bear came, Danny had already deduced today's tactics. Well, today's battle was a little sudden for the Allied army, but the generals of Myrene had already started preparing. During the drill, Big Bear was the centaur commander, and Dragon Queen's blood guards were the captains. But today, Big Bear stood on the walls of Myrene for half a day, and only threw a few hundred spears when Dragon Queen began to summon the winged dragons. No matter how abnormal it is, the Allied army still needs to eat. Big Bear said in a low voice. Just as they were talking, an unsullied came to inform them that the Allied army outside the city was moving. Dany instantly summoned the dragon spirit, and with the eyes of Big Black in the sky, she saw the changes in the Allied army's camp. The Allied army was moving. The camp was crowded with people, warhorses neighed, and the vanguard had already begun to move to Meereen City. Sir Barristan is right, the Allied army also needs to eat. Now that most of the camp has been destroyed, and they have lost the docks, it will be difficult for ships to bring in food, and they can't hold on for more than a few days. If we can't take down Meereen City quickly, 100 Megalosaurus won't be able to stop the mutiny of the hungry army. At this point, Dany couldn't help but smile coldly. The setting sun was like blood, making the blood-stained land even more desolate and cruel. The north camp of the Allied army was trampled by the centaurs, and there were countless holes drilled out by the dragon worms, making it impossible for people to live in. They only managed to salvage the tents and resources that were not burned, and tens of thousands of troops slowly moved towards Meereen City. The middle and high-ranking officers brought the soldiers to build new barracks 500 meters away from Meereen City, while the Allied army's leaders were in the tunnel below the camp, having a meeting with Priest Jenny. There weren't many people, just Jenny, Grazidan, Sibirio, and the long-nosed king. If it was a meeting of the Allied army's leaders, there should have been a few navy generals. However, the Allied army had lost the battle this morning, the docks were destroyed, and the coastline was sealed. Chuegu and Zero were floating in the open sea with dozens of ships, so they couldn't come even if they wanted to. Oh, and there was also the dwarf. As Jenny's lover, he stood behind her, listening but not speaking. Too tragic. Sibirio's triangular face almost became an oval shape. Including the troops and cooks, we originally had 180,000 people. However, in the battle this morning, we lost nearly 30,000 people, and 80,000 deserters. They only slowly returned when Meereen retreated. It was obvious that these deserters couldn't be relied on, so they could only fight battles that went smoothly. Lady Jenny, we can't lose anymore. Not only can we not lose, but we also have to take Meereen as soon as possible. We lack food, and our soldiers have been beaten, so they lack fighting spirit. Meereen City has countless rations for us to eat, and a large amount of treasure to turn the mercenaries into wolves, the Kayuan war god said in a low voice. Can we quickly break through the gates of Meereen City? Triangular Face asked expectantly. Jenny nodded. Breaking through the gates isn't difficult. If the 150,000 soldiers are willing to sacrifice their lives, taking Meereen City will be easy. However, Meereen is only one of the 3 cities in Slave Bay, and it's not even Dany Rise's main camp. If we don't kill her, this war will be far from over. Grazidan heaved a sigh of relief. As long as there is hope of winning, our mercenaries are no different from the Dragon Queen's most loyal guards. Once the gates are broken, they will definitely go and take over Meereen. As for Dany Rise. Sigh, let's take it one step at a time. Despair appeared on the Wargid's face. Even the pterosaurs couldn't bite her to death. It's almost impossible to kill her. The long-nosed king rubbed his large nose. The goal of the Alliance isn't to kill Dany Rise and make her take back her oath to free all the slaves in the world. If we can first take over Meereen, then take down Yuan Kai and Astapor, and make her lose her ability to free the slaves, we will win. That's the right thing to do. Grazidan nodded. We only want to protect the slavery that is the foundation of our survival. We don't have any special hatred for the Dragon Queen herself. Chasing her away or forcing her to take the oath to free the slaves will be our victory. Jenny frowned and said solemnly, we must kill Dany Rise. That's my goal. She was not interested in freeing the slaves or defending the slavery. Her only goal in joining the Alliance was to take away the Dragon Queen's bloodline and destiny. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The war god shook his head and looked at Jenny expectantly. If the priestess still has a trump card, then it's a different story. Jenny's gaze was cold as she asked, what trump card do you think can take Dany Rise's life? How would I know? Grazidon complained in his heart, but he guessed that Valeglia's descendants were probably at their wits' end. He frowned and thought for a moment before asking, to capture Aegon, Lady Jenny has been delayed for more than half a month. You must have been digging for a long time, right? Where are you now? If you can reach Meereen, or even hollow out the foundation of the Great Pyramid and let it suddenly sink into the ground at night, you might be able to bury the sleeping Dany Rise. Chapter 729. After a moment of hesitation, Jenny took out a scroll with a map of Meereen on it and spread it out on the table. Her slender fingers slid along the red line on the map and said, "This is the general direction of the tunnel." Why did it take such a long detour? The Cayuan war god frowned. The Alliance army set up camp at the north gate of Meereen City. The tunnel started at the base of the camp and went east for about 5 kilometers, then south through the bottom of the river, until it reached about 15 kilometers to the northeast of Meereen City. Finally, after a series of twists and turns, it barely reached the outer wall of Meereen City. It was about 200 meters away from the wall. The camp was clearly 10 kilometers north of Meereen City, but the tunnel did not go in a straight line. Instead, it went in a circle to the south of Meereen City. The dwarf stood on his tiptoes and carefully recorded the route on the map. Like everyone else, he was also puzzled. Suddenly, he remembered what he saw on the way out of Meereen City, a large paddy field in the north of the city. Even today, the ground in the north of the city was still wet and soft. Warhorses left deep hoofprints as they passed, and shallow puddles of water seeped out of the prints. Moreover, there were ravines near the paddy fields, and lakes of all sizes could be seen everywhere. When he crossed the ditch, he deliberately fell off his horse and caught a cold. The cold made his voice hoarse. I see. Dragon worms must avoid underground rivers. The terrain north of Meereen is lower, so there is no need to divert water from the river. There is naturally water, so the Gith people planted rice in the north of the city. The terrain south of the city is higher, mostly low hills, which are more suitable for wheat and soybeans. The dwarf clapped his hands and suddenly understood. Jenny, the war god, the triangular-faced war god, and even the dwarf's new father turned to look at him in surprise. Damn, I'm exposed. I'm not the intelligent little demon, but the stupid fourth prince of Ko Chang Island. With this thought, the dwarf naturally raised his chin slightly and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, revealing an extremely exaggerated smile. Not bad, Leo. You're finally enlightened. The new father's puzzlement turned into joy. Uncle, I've always been smart, but there is no place for me to use my talents. The dwarf's expression became even more smug. Why don't you let me take the lead tomorrow? I want to be the first to rush into Meereen City. I want to have a one-on-one duel with Dany Rise. The bewilderment in the eyes of the god of war and the triangular-faced man turned into faint disdain. Even a fool can get something out of 1,000 thoughts. Ahem. The long-nosed king waved his hand awkwardly. Don't mess around. You're my lieutenant. Of course you have to follow me. The Cayuan war god no longer looked at the dwarf. He pointed to the north of Meereen City and asked, since we've already dug to the south gate, why don't we follow the city walls all the way to the north? The Great Pyramid is also in the north. I would like to continue digging. What do you mean? Glash was puzzled. The dragon worm only approached the south of the city last night, and the war broke out this morning. War God was enlightened and sighed. As expected, Dany Lizzie had already guessed that there were dragon worms underground and had been using some sort of method to check the situation underground. She must have sensed that the dragon worms were approaching Meereen, so she chose to launch the final battle today. It seems like that is the case. Jenny's face was filled with helplessness. How does she monitor the underground? Triangle Face asked curiously. She buried them in the water tank. The dwarf remembered that when he was lying on the operating table, he heard the Dragon Queen tell Yamant that she wanted to select the people with the best ears from the millions of soldiers and set up underground monitoring stations around Myrene. Dani's methods were not as passive as burying them in the water tank. She had been drawing a map of the underground water distribution in Myrene City and could roughly determine the location of the dragon worm's excavation, the place with the least underground water and the driest soil. Then, she would dig a deep pit based on the possible location of the dragon worm's burrow. It would be best if she could dig through the surface and reach the dragon worm's burrow. Even if she could not dig through the burrow, she could bury a water tank in the deep pit so that the person with the best hearing could monitor the underground movement 24 hours a day. Even without the dwarf's message, she could roughly figure out the approximate location of the tunnel. At first, she really planned to beat the dragon worm at its own game, as the war god had feared to pour the river into the tunnel. But recently, there were 3 major accidents while the dragon worm was digging the tunnel. Myrene was close to the sea, and the underground water was too abundant. When the dragon worm was digging towards Myrene City, it accidentally drilled through the underground river, causing the underground water to flow backwards, freezing and drowning 5 dragon worms. Those were 5 adult dragon worms, and the commotion caused by their near-death struggles was too big, scaring Dani, who had rushed over to listen in after receiving the news. Is it Godzilla or dragon worm? At that time, the Dragon Queen's face had turned pale. So, she decided not to take the risk, and took the initiative to initiate the final battle before the dragon worm dug to Myrene City. To put it bluntly, although the allied army was besieging her, the initiative of the war had always been in her hands. He really was not the only person the Dragon Queen could rely on. He did not know how much she had prepared for this battle in Myrene. The dwarf was a little disappointed. It seemed that he had never been able to play a decisive role on the Dragon Queen's side. Just like the War of the 4 Kings, when he was the hand of the king at the King's Landing, he was indispensable to turn the tide and save the building from collapse. Being the nameless prime minister by King Aegon's side also gave him a great sense of accomplishment. Aegon relied on him, trusted him, and all his plans, big and small, had to go through him. He also did his best to help Aegon build the glorious True Dragon Alliance from scratch. If not for that bitch Sansa interfering in politics in the harem, he would have already entered the Prime Minister's tower in the Red Fort. Ugh, the Prime Minister's tower was burned down by his bitch sister with wildfire, and now the Red Fort no longer has a Prime Minister's tower. But in Slaver's Bay, by the Dragon Queen's side, he was always assigned strange tasks by the Dragon Queen, researching wildfire, riding on dragons to throw bombs, being a space pirate to rob the Allied Army's cargo ships, and now he was a faceless person in the Allied Army's camp. This was not the treatment a Prime Minister's aide should receive. Aside from feeling disappointed, the dwarf was also dissatisfied. But touching his big nose, the dissatisfaction and disappointment in his heart all turned into helplessness. He did not complete his undercover mission this time. Although there were undeniable factors, with the Dragon Queen's personality, she would most likely punish him. So, he had to do something. It must be a spy, the dwarf swore. Dany Rise's spy is in the tunnel, and the spy is constantly reporting the progress of the tunnel to her, which is why today's battle happened. Don't talk nonsense. The long-nosed king angrily interrupted the illegitimate son. Only you, me, and Lady Jenny go in and out of the tunnel. Who is the spy? I have never been out of the tunnel before, the dwarf hurriedly said. Bastard, are you saying that I, the long-nosed king, looked around, and it seemed that everyone was looking at him suspiciously. His big nose was red with anger. This stupid bastard. There is no spy. Jenny's words cleared the strange atmosphere and said calmly, there is no problem with the long-nosed king, and there is also no problem with Leo. The problem does not lie with us. It must be Dany Rise's special method. Yes. The long-nosed king wiped the sweat from his forehead and agreed. After looking at each other awkwardly, the triangular-faced Sibirio asked doubtfully. Are the dragon worms' requirements for the environment so strict? Jenny said helplessly, dragon worms like to move around in volcanoes and are actually not suitable for fighting on plains. The cold underground water is like poison to them. Then how did they cross the sea? The dwarf asked curiously. Dragon worms can't swim, right? I once read in an ancient book that dragon worms almost die upon contact with water. At this point, the Kai Yuan war god looked at Jenny with a hint of complaint in his eyes. There should be a tunnel between Long Summer and Myrene. Lord Priest, you should have revealed this secret earlier and let the logistics team use the secret tunnel. That would have reduced unnecessary losses. There is no tunnel. Jenny shook her head. There are volcanoes under the Smoke Sea, and they are also under high-level magic radiation. After hundreds of years, the dragon worms that could only drill into the ground have evolved the ability to move freely in hot seawater. The dwarf's heart skipped a beat, and he said expectantly, I heard that there are many sea monsters in the Smoke Sea. Our navy just lost a battle. Perhaps we can subdue a group of sea monsters to fill in the navy. The sea monsters in the Smoke Sea are also mutated species under the magic radiation. There are indeed many of them. But to the Megalosaurus, sea monsters are food. Other than filling the stomachs of Danny and Megalosaurus, they can't help at all. That's really, thinking about how he and Aegon were scared out of their wits by Yuluan's sea monsters, the dwarf felt awkward and dejected. Since dragon worms can cross the sea, why are they afraid of underground water? The Kaiyuan war god asked, confused. What do you think I built the magic tower for? Just to suppress the transmission of information on Dragonstone Island's magic network? Jenny said calmly. The magic tower can help dragon worms cross the sea, the dwarf said in shock. If a person who has just filled his stomach and a starving person are sent naked into a world of ice and snow, who will freeze to death first? A person with a full stomach can even last until the next hunger comes, the dwarf said thoughtfully. Jenny nodded. Before leaving the Smoke Sea, I used the magic tower to replenish a large amount of fire magic power for each dragon worm. Fortunately, the Smoke Sea is just next to Slave Bay, so the dragon worms swam ashore before they ran out of magic power. There's something else. Did you notice? After a pause, Jenny said, the temperature is much lower than a month ago. Low temperatures and icy water are the dragon worms' greatest enemies. That's strange. Grazadon stroked his beard and said in confusion, I've lived in Slave Bay for most of my life, and I've never seen winter as cold as this. In fact, the 3 cities of Slave Bay have never had winter. In the past, even if it snowed in the north, we still wore silk clothes and sandals. I heard that the long night is coming. Is it true? The dwarf said in surprise. The long night. Grazadon turned to Jenny. My lady, what do you think? What could he think? The sheep eggs had never experienced the long night. Valeglia rose to power 6,000 years ago. In other words, when the sheep eggs were born, the long night had already passed for 2,000 years. The long night has nothing to do with us, Jenny said ambiguously. The sheep eggs knew that the first long night was real, and that the second long night would come. However, they were sealed under the Smoke Sea and did not sense the changes in the north of the Great Wall. Moreover, as Jenny said, what did the long night have to do with Valeglia's descendants? The land of the long summer where they lived was shrouded in a layer of high-energy radiation fog. There was no sunlight at all, and the environment was 10 times worse than the long night. Jenny emphasized, our target now is Danny Rise. Tomorrow morning, even if we lose a few dragon worms, I will break through the north and south gates of Myrene. The elephant soldiers will enter the south gate through the insect path, and the army of 150,000 will enter from the north gate. We will attack from the north and south, and we will break through Myrene. Attack from the north and south, we will break through Myrene. The dwarf's face turned red as he waved his fist and shouted. Chapter 730. The morning of the second day. It was sunny with a cool northern wind. The golden light of the rising sun dispersed the cold white fog that shrouded Myrene, revealing a flat black land that was about to be stained with blood. Woo, the first horn sounded at the entrance of the Alliance's simple camp. Woo woo woo, the sound of the horn rose and fell in the camp. The soldiers hurriedly finished the last piece of toast wrapped in fried bacon, extinguished the bonfire in front of them, wiped their mouths, picked up the spears, swords, or shields under their buttocks, and ran to their respective teams. Woo woo woo, the urgent horn sounded above Myrene City, warning the defenders in the city that the densely packed Alliance soldiers were approaching the city gate. The battle was about to begin. At the same time, 500 meters south of Myrene City and 50 meters deep, in a tunnel as wide as a subway tunnel in the city, thousands of torches crackled and burned, casting a hot and dirty red light in the continuous darkness. The dwarf released his right hand that was holding the crossbow, pulled over a corner of his cloak, and rubbed his sweaty hands on it. His hand that was about to reach the crossbow changed direction halfway, lifted his helmet, and opened his mouth to take a few deep breaths. Cough cough cough. After taking a deep breath, he inhaled a belly full of thick smoke from the burning whale oil torches. The dwarf bent over and coughed violently, tears and snot flowing down his face. I told you not to come, but you didn't listen. You know fear when you're about to enter the battlefield? The long-nosed king on the giant elephant next to him scolded in a low voice. I'm not afraid. Just as he argued, the dwarf smiled bitterly and shook his head. Okay, I'm afraid. Who knows what's waiting for us above ground? Hearing this, the long-nosed king was silent. Since the Dragon Queen had already discovered the location of the tunnel, it was impossible for her not to be prepared. So, what would be waiting for them? Looking at the orderly formation of elephant soldiers in front of him, the long-nosed king said faintly, a lot of people will die later, but we're at the back of the team, so it's not a big problem. Okay, we'll try to hide at the back. The dwarf looked back at the dark tunnel and let out a long sigh of relief. He said to the attendant in front of him, Cadillac, take a few steps back. The attendant had blonde hair and blue eyes. He was in his early 20s and was about 1.6 meters tall. His long, freckled face took up about 25 centimeters of his height. Sir, we're already at the back of the group, the horse-faced attendant said blankly. The dwarf held the crossbow in his right hand again. His single eye swept over the new father beside him for a moment, and he emphasized, take a few more steps back. There's smoke and fire in front of me, and I can't breathe properly. Oh! Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the front. What followed was a beastly roar that sounded like a steam whistle. Roar, the battle had begun, and Jenny was controlling the dragon worm to dig through the ground. Woo woo woo, the sound of the bugle horn came from the front of the troops. The elephants had been fed with magic potions in Materis, so they were almost immune to the pressure of the Megalosaurus. Even if the dragon worms were right in front of them, they would still run slowly under the control of their riders. Leo, follow me closely. King Longnose shouted and began to jog on his elephant. Cadillac, you are my servant. You should listen to me in everything. I promise you a bright future, do you understand? The dwarf whispered to his driver. As soon as they entered the cave, Cadillac became his attendant. After spending many days with him, the dwarf was confident that he had already subdued Cadillac's heart, just like how he had subdued Cadillac and Boldrick. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. The horse-faced young man nodded. Phew. Heaving a long sigh, the dwarf skillfully picked up the crossbow and aimed it at the heart of his new father's back under Cadillac's horrified gaze. Boom buzz, suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, and a muffled sound seemed to come from the depths of the earth. It was as if someone had plucked the C string of a cello from the center of the earth. It was low, long, and layered. What happened? Could it be an earthquake? The dwarf no longer cared about killing his father. He held on to the saddle and looked around in shock. The river is rising. Flood. The flood is coming. Ah, it's dark, it's dark. An elephant soldier screamed crazily. What flood? What dark? The dwarf at the back could not hear clearly and shouted, what happened outside? What did Dragon Queen do? The blazing white sun rose into the sky, covering the city and the earth with a warm golden veil. The blue sky was clear and cloudless. 5 megalosaurus, black, green, white, gold, and red, soared freely in the sky. They were unusually bright and adorned the sky. The 4 older megalosaurus were draped in full armor made of steel. They reflected a blinding white light under the sun. Only Little Red, which was the size of a small pony, was still naked. One could vaguely see the blue and white armored Dragon Queen standing proudly on the back of the black dragon. She had a bright white greatsword in her left hand and a dark red broadsword in her right. She was ready to go, eager to give it a try. On the vast and barren black earth, soldiers in armor of various colors were like ants. They formed a curtain, slowly but firmly covering the city of Myrene ahead. On the city wall, the unsullied ones in grayish-brown armor raised their white flags. Their short swords were unsheathed and their shields were raised. The Wings of Freedom with their black winged cloaks formed a huge crossbow formation under the city wall. The longbowmen were at the front, the ballistas were loaded, and the catapults were loaded with kerosene. There were also dozens of pterosaurs that landed on the huge pyramid like a swarm of bats. The bugle horn sounded, the war drums beat, hundreds of thousands of soldiers shouted, the armor of the armored warriors clashed as they ran, and the cavalry's hooves rumbled, the smell of blood and fire pervaded the city of Myrene. The birds in the distant mountains, the dogs in the city, and the fish in the water were all inexplicably anxious at this moment. Boom! Boom! In the south of Myrene, the huge city wall that was 15 meters tall and 5 meters thick suddenly collapsed, sinking into the endless ground. 3 dragon worms drilled half of their bodies out from behind the city wall and roared ferociously toward the city. Jenny fulfilled her promise. Not only did she break the city gate, she even destroyed a section of the city wall that was 30 meters long. The dragon worms even successfully broke into the city. Rumble. The sound of heavy objects running came from the ground. Ong! It was a giant elephant. The first elephant soldier rushed out of the tunnel and entered the south of Myrene. It raised its trunk and roared on the street. Ong! Ong! One after another, the giant elephants rampaged through the streets. They were invincible. Literally, half of the South City was empty. There were no guards or citizens. The giant elephants were showing off their prowess, so naturally, they were invincible. Break into Myrene City and capture the Dragon Queen alive. The elephant soldiers in the south of the city did not feel anything and shouted excitedly. Victory, victory! The howls of the giant elephants and dragon worms spread to the north of the city. Tens of thousands of Alliance soldiers roared fanatically. Hiss! The black dragons in the sky roared. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The pterosaurs that landed on the pyramid took off collectively, carrying the deadly spears and boxes, and flew to the south of the city. Rumble! 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 As soon as the pterosaurs left, 4 giant mounds 30 meters apart suddenly bulged out of the flat soil in the north of the city. The mounds moved toward the city walls of Myrene City at the speed of a normal person running. That scene was a bit like the ninjas in Suiko's wuxia movies. The only difference was that the ninjas walked in a straight line, and after they escaped, the mounds would cave in. But the dragon worms were different. They emitted scorching heat all over their bodies. Wherever they burrowed, large patches of scorched water vapor evaporated. The mounds that they raised also kept protruding, forming four S-shaped ridges on the flat battlefield. Because the dragon worm mounds appeared suddenly and spread very quickly, many Alliance soldiers could not react in time and were lifted up high. It was fine if they were lifted up. At most, they would lose their balance and fall to the ground. But the reason why the dragon worms did not burrow deep and instead moved stealthily on the surface was because there were many paddy fields in the north of the city. If they burrowed too deep, they would be submerged by the underground water. And the dragon worm's body temperature was very high. They emitted waves of heat all over their bodies. The blazing magic roasted the moist soft soil and evaporated a large amount of white water vapor mixed with a scorched smell. Yes, the eels, loaches, black fish, and insects in the paddy fields were all wrapped in mud and roasted into charcoal. The soldiers around the mound seemed to have been sprayed by a giant pressure cooker at close range. They all covered their scalded faces and wailed on the ground. Coincidentally, the wind-blown regiment, who was holding the blue and white cross-tail flag high, happened to be hit by a dragon worm. The white-haired and white-bearded warrior poet, Danzo Dahan, was leading his brothers in a head-covering charge. Suddenly, his body rose up, his footsteps staggered, and he fell on the bulging mounds. Then, the temperature of the soft mud under his body rose. In an instant, the dry and hard boards turned into lumps and then split open. It was like the valve of a high-pressure boiler that had been blocked before suddenly opened at this moment. A large amount of scorching water vapor spurted out from the cracks of the soil and enveloped Danzo's body. His armor and helmet blocked 99% of the water vapor, but Babuda's helmet also had eye slits. A pair of eyes were boiled and steamed in the water vapor. Danzo was still a general and had high defense. The other soldiers who were only wearing leather armor had their skin red and blisters popped by their hands. They were like steamed prawns that had been trampled on. The scene was very miserable. But it was also very morale-boosting. Although some of their teammates were accidentally injured, the momentum of the dragon worms' earth escape was terrifying. Like four giant torpedoes, they quickly crashed into the aircraft carrier of Myrene. The Allied soldiers shouted in unison, "Long live the dragon worms, break Myrene. You are stubborn, you will be punished by the heavens." Big Black roared. The Allied army was silent for a moment, then shouted loudly again, "Long live the Allied army, break Myrene, capture Danny Rise alive." Boom boom boom. Gradually, some people heard what seemed to be thunder coming from the east. It also sounded like thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping along the river toward the battlefield. Boom! Before the four dragon worms reached the city walls of Myrene, the embankment 2 kilometers east of the city suddenly collapsed, as if there was a dragon worm burrowing a hole there. Moo! At the collapsed embankment, a black shadow like a huge mountain slowly floated up. Water plants and sand covered its appearance. Only a carefree cry like that of a bull could be heard. Walalala, like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven, a waterfall-like flood gushed out from under the huge mountain, endlessly, one after another. Under the sun, the surging water flashed with a sparkling color. Above the head of the huge mountain, a 7-colored rainbow hung. Boom boom boom. The water flow was too fast, and there was too much water. What poured out from the embankment was not a flood, but a tsunami. In an instant, the Myrene battlefield seemed to have been paused. All the soldiers, whether they were the Allied army or the guards of the Mother of Dragons, were dumbfounded. Their hands that were holding their weapons dropped, and they looked up at the surging waves. It was as if all they could see was sparkling water. The Allied soldiers below the city were like snot in a toilet bowl, suddenly swept into the rushing flood, leaving no trace behind. Jenny, who was hiding on the hill watching the battle, was livid. Her eyes were spitting fire as she looked at the huge mountain, floating in the flood. A name almost jumped out of her mouth, Old Man of the River. Chapter 731. The Kayuan war god, who had a peacock feather on his golden helmet, galloped wildly on his horse, hoping to escape the muddy waves that covered him like a quilt. However, the speed of his galloping horse was far inferior to the flood controlled by the water god. The soldiers around him who were screaming in panic and running away were sucked into the billowing waves like photos of their cheating ex-boyfriends being shredded by a vacuum cleaner and shredded by a paper shredder. Even 4 or 5 kilometers away from the river, the waves still maintained a height of more than 8 meters. Soldiers, horses, swords, spears, and even a dragon worm could be seen rolling in the billowing waves. The dragon worm was like a pair of jeans in a washing machine. Although it was hard, it could not help but spin along with the waves. No, in the end, the Kayuan war god wailed and was also sucked into the waves. In the end, this was not an ordinary flood. The turtle prime minister was like an experienced driver, controlling the flood so that the waves would not disperse and the impact would not decrease. It was specifically used to wash over the battlefield where the allies were. If one looked from the sky, they would be surprised to find that the flood flowing from the mouth of the river was rushing down the river bank toward Mireen City. Of course, the terrain north of Mireen City was relatively low, but the turtle prime minister's divine power was the main reason why the flood did not disperse. This was like a small-scale water-type forbidden spell. It was impossible to destroy the city, but it was not difficult to wash the plains within a few kilometers of the city. Well, it was also difficult. Although the turtle prime minister seemed to be full of energy as he roared above the waves, in fact, he was already beginning to feel exhausted and his divine power was drying up. An arrow at the end of its flight could barely penetrate through. 7 gods above, is this the blessing of the 7 gods? On the top floor of the Great Pyramid, Yamant had been lying behind his binoculars and nervously observing the battle. At this moment, seeing the plains suddenly become a swamp in broad daylight, he was dumbfounded. It's not the 7 gods, it's a turtle, such a big turtle. Masai, who was next to him, looked as if she had seen a mythical battlefield unfold in the human world. Her little face was flushed with excitement. It's the old man of the river. Missandei exclaimed, so this is Her Majesty's trump card. No wonder she was so confident and said that this battle was only a matter of winning or losing. Holy Mother! Masai covered her mouth and said in shock, isn't the old man of the river the god of the Lorne River? The god is real, and he has appeared in the human world. And the gods also listen to Her Majesty's orders. Missandei's golden eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. It must be because of the trip to the Lone River to smelt the tiles. Your Majesty was able to kill the Crab King and subdue the old man in the river. But. Missandei still found it hard to accept. The old man of the river is a god. What happened to the gods? The plump centaur maid, Ji Chi, had a disapproving look on her face. Don't tell me you think that the golden bells on the queen's braids are fake? I understand now. This is a battle between gods. Old Yamant smiled bitterly and sighed, is Jenny, who drove the dragon worms to attack the city, immortal? Could it be that the queen who had slashed more than 40 dragons with 2 swords yesterday was immortal? Then there was the old turtle that was as big as a mountain today. None of us are mortals. Who cares if that old turtle is a deity or not? The 150,000 people outside the city are dead for sure. Maid Ely waved her fist and laughed. That's right. With this flood, we will definitely win. At the end, the old man laughed excitedly. If they win this battle, the Targaryen world empire will begin to take shape. Long live the queen. Old Yamant waved his fist and shouted at the black dragon in the sky. Long live the queen. Myrcella, Missandei, and the centaur maids followed suit. Long live the queen. The Great Pyramid began to echo with such cheers. Long live the queen. Gradually, the entire city of Mireen was enveloped by the deafening cheers. Long live the queen caw, caw caw caw. Suddenly, a discordant sound came from the sky, as if a mechanical gear had suddenly jammed. On the dragon's back, the smile on Dani's face froze. She slowly raised her head and looked in the direction of the sound. In Myrene City, the cheering crowd looked at the sky in surprise. Everyone was shocked to see that a crack had appeared in the sun that was recklessly radiating light and heat in the blue sky. It was as if it was not the sun, but a piece of snow biscuit. Then, a child clamped it with both hands and broke it forcefully. Crack! It broke. The blue sky, the faint white clouds, and the dazzling golden sun. This should have been the most normal weather in Slave Bay. But in front of hundreds of thousands of people in Myrene, it was no longer normal, because the sun had broken. What the fuck? Dani's pretty face under the helmet was pale, and her charming big eyes flashed with confusion. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, she was a little at a loss. It was dark. It was 9:00 in the morning, and it was dark. It was not accurate to say that the sun was broken glass. It was more like a fruit candy in the shape of a round biscuit. As it was sucked in the mouth, the fruit candy became thinner and thinner, and finally, the thin piece of candy broke on the tip of the tongue. No one hit it. It just ran out of energy and broke. The fragments were still radiating white light. It was as if the sun had suddenly expanded from the biscuit to the dome of the Holy Church, but the dome was covered with a thick layer of cotton cloth. There was still a hazy white light in the sky, but the sky was dark. It was probably the brightness of the setting sun. It was not too dark, but compared to the brightness before, everyone felt that the sky was especially dark. Perhaps it was because of the fear brought about by the mutation, and the fear deepened the illusion. Ah, the sun is gone. It's dark. 7 gods, what happened? The ordinary soldiers were panicking, and they did not even care about the victory that was close at hand. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is the Queen's trick. The Queen summons the flood. The Queen covers the sky. Long live the Queen. This was the Dragon Queen's fanatical believer. Long live the Queen covers the sky. Well, not only did people believe this nonsense, there were quite a few people who believed it. In a moment, the city of Myrene was filled with such shouts. Dani is that strong? Old Yamant was also skeptical. There's nothing the King of Kal can't do. The centaur maid Kiki puffed up her chest and shouted with the crowd, Long live the Queen covers the sky. It's dark. The Dragon Queen is so terrifying. She summoned the flood and covered the sky. We're doomed. The elephant soldiers in the south of the city were also frightened. They followed suit and shouted, and ran away in a panic. The Dragon Queen in the sky, moo. No, this is the long night. The long night has come. The sun has been extinguished. Finally, there was an old antique who had lived long enough to understand what was going on. The turtle prime minister no longer controlled the flood. He stretched his neck and let out a terrified soul howl. Ordinary people could not understand the sound of his soul, but the entire city of Myrene shook a few times from his howl. Blackie lowered its height, and Dani jumped. Like a leaf, she swayed and landed on the back of the mooing giant turtle. Stop howling. It's just the long night. Dani stomped her feet and interrupted the turtle prime minister's disgrace. No, you don't understand. The giant turtle's head, which was as big as a fire carriage, shook. The last time the sun cracked and slowly extinguished, the whole process lasted for a week. This time, it's only a few minutes. Dani felt that there was no difference between extinguishing in a week and extinguishing in a few minutes. She urged the old turtle, we're fighting a world war. Can you be more serious? Well, after the sun shattered, the old turtle stopped controlling the flood. The waves that were originally 4 to 5 meters high had now exploded. The north of Myrene City had become a country of water that stretched for dozens of miles. But this country of water was too shallow. It barely reached the calves. How could it drown people? In just a short while, thousands of people climbed up shakily from the battlefield. It's already like this. How do you want to fight? Do you want to kill everyone? The old turtle shouted. To be honest, Danny really wanted to drown all the 150,000 people outside the city. Don't blame her for being ruthless. Look at the sky. The sun was extinguished and the sky was dark. The long night came too suddenly. It was almost an extravagant hope to plant food. The sun extinguishing was too shocking. She didn't even have the confidence to feed her own people. 150,000 captives meant 150,000 mouths. It was simply disgusting to let her use the life-saving food of her own people to feed these former enemies. If all of them died, everyone would have less trouble. But this could only be thought in her heart and not said out loud. Well, it would be best if the old turtle could hold on for a while longer. When everyone drowned, the flood would be removed. Unfortunately, this turtle prime minister seemed to have misgivings and was unwilling to take the initiative to share the Dragon King's burden. Bad review. Danny muttered in her heart, the battle in the north of the city is basically over. But there are still 5,000 elephant soldiers in the south of the city. According to the original plan, you should transfer to the south of the city and pour the flood into the dragon worm cave. The south of the city was more or less built into a special barbican. 3 streets were sealed and the buildings on the streets were used as barbican walls. Moo, the turtle prime minister howled again. Under the horrified gaze of the surviving allied soldiers, it stepped on the muddy water and strode toward the Heilongjiang Dam. It wasn't difficult to flood the dragon worm cave in the south of the city. The old turtle floated and sank in the river. The river water circled around it and poured into the dam on the south bank. Well, the flood flooded the 150,000 allied soldiers in the north of the city and opened the dam on the north bank of Heilongjiang. At this time, the flood flooded the dragon worm cave in the south of Meilin City and the turtle prime minister dug the dam on the south bank. The old turtle lay near the dam and drove the river water into the south of the city. Following the trenches dug in advance, the water flowed continuously. Only then did Danny sit cross-legged on the turtle's back and ask the turtle prime minister about the secrets of the sun. How did the sun shatter and then extinguish, she asked curiously. Isn't the sun a star? Even if a star dies, it should first expand into a red giant and collapse into a white dwarf after millions of years. Or, if its mass is large enough, it should evolve into a black hole. However, it was too illogical and unscientific for it to shatter and extinguish. Half of the turtle prime minister's body was immersed in the water. 2 streams of water spurted out of its nostrils and it said in a muffled voice, Mother Goddess told us that our world was born from a ball of fire in the cold and empty universe. When the world was formed, all the flames were suppressed and buried under the ancient hills. The ground was shrouded in absolute darkness. The world was barren, cold, and dead, almost exactly the same as the outside of the universe. It was said that the first creatures were born in the ancient shadows. They were also the first generation of dark demons. Some powerful demons even survived until today and were worshipped by the Far East Asia residents. Chapter 732. Are you sure? The evil gods of Yaxia were born at the beginning of the world. Danny's voice was trembling, and her back was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, she had planned to take the Shadowbinders, Book of Evil Gods, to the east of Yaxia after the Battle of Meilin. She planned to wipe out the evil gods one by one, slaying gods and raising dragon babies. If what Old Tortoise said was true, the evil gods that were born at the beginning of the world were equivalent to the Khanate demon gods of the Eldritch world. Her action of wiping out the evil gods in Yaxia was almost the same as the cultivators of the Eldritch world after the journey to the west challenging the 3 pure ones. This is what Mother Goddess told me, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, the demon gods that were born at the beginning of the world are only a small part of the total number of dark creatures in the easternmost land. Just like how there are Mother Goddess in the world under the sun, there are more ordinary creatures like you and me, Prime Minister Turtle said. That's right. Even at the beginning of the Eldritch world, there were more than just the 3 pure ones and a few saints. There were more shamans and demons with no background, as well as the descendants of shamans and demons. Danny heaved a sigh of relief. She still had to feed the dragon and get rid of the evil creatures. She called Tam and Kuei Shi to let the Shadow Binder know who was the weakest. Was the Mother Goddess of the Lone River born at the same time as those evil gods? Old Tortoise shook his head and said slowly, one day after the beginning of the world, a demon god that was born from the darkness was dissatisfied with the darkness, coldness, and death of the world. So, he drew a cluster of fire from the earth and brought the first light and heat to the world. After that, the demon god sacrificed his life to forge that cluster of fire into a giant lamp that hung in the sky. It was also the first sun in the world. The sun's light and heat drove away the darkness and the creatures in the darkness. At the same time, it also woke up the mountains, plains, and rivers. Yes, Mother woke up at that time. In other words, Mother Goddess was born much later than those demon gods in the darkness. The sun was separated from the earth's core, a cluster of fire. Danny found it hard to accept. The whole world was born from the first flame. What's so strange about using fire to forge the sun? Old Tortoise said disapprovingly. Who was the unlucky guy who forged the sun? Danny asked. Unlucky guy. Prime Minister Turtle's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. She brought light and fire to the world, and all spirits were awakened because of her. She can almost be called the mother of all spirits. How can you say that about her? Well, I apologize, Danny said. She is an unlucky mother of all souls. She lost her life when she created the sun. Now, everyone has forgotten her name and deeds. Aren't you and I praising his great achievements right now? The Mother Goddess remembers. She told me, I told you, and you told those who came after. Even if living beings forget, heaven and earth will always remember. And the sun in the sky is the most profound record, Prime Minister Turtle said in a deep voice. Danny was filled with awe, not towards the demonic god who created the sun, but towards the Prime Minister Turtle beneath her. She thought it was an idiot, but she did not expect it to say something so philosophical. She pointed a finger at the sky. Was this sun forged by the Mother Goddess of the Lorne River? He doesn't seem to have sacrificed himself. No, the Mother Goddess did not forge the sun. Old Turtle shook his head. I don't know the specific reason. I can only tell you what happened at that time. At that time, Yasua Yahai came to the Mother Goddess with the hero's red sword. He said to the Mother Goddess, I have completed my mission. Now it's your turn. The Mother Goddess seemed to have received something from him. It seemed to be some kind of proof. I asked the Mother Goddess a similar question. I asked her if she wanted to forge the sun. She said she could not do it. She called all the gods of the Lorne River system together and made us sing a song together. I have no idea what happened at that time. I just felt endless divine power being drawn out of my body, and endless exhaustion came over me. I felt dizzy and fell asleep. You fell asleep? What happened after that? Danny widened her eyes in disbelief. You're actually sleeping soundly at such an important moment? Prime Minister Turtle seemed to be a little embarrassed. He said in an unnatural tone, I was not the only one who fell asleep. The Crab King also fell asleep. Compared to that hairy crab, you're proud. Danny was stupefied. Old Turtle seemed to sense her emotions and immediately added, summoning the sun is very tiring. Even the Mother Goddess has been sleeping for thousands of years. Danny asked with a straight face, did you ask the Lorne Mother Goddess what happened after that? Of course I did. But she did not say much. She only told me that the divine power of the Lorne River gods drew endless fire from the ground and poured it into a... I think it should be the mold of the sun. Then a new sun rose in the world. That seems to make sense. Earth fire is indeed stronger than dragon flame. Danny reluctantly accepted this strange worldview. However, a fire was drawn today, and the sun was extinguished tomorrow. Another fire was drawn the day after tomorrow. After so many years, was the fire in the heart of the world about to be extinguished? That thing, the thing that Yasua Yahai gave to the Lorne Mother Goddess. What is it? If we want to summon the sun again, will we need it? That seems to be a kind of destiny. Prime Minister Turtle's tone was uncertain. Considering that Yasua Yahai's most important achievement in his life was to drive away deviant ghosts and demons, that thing will most likely appear after repelling the deviant ghosts and dark monsters. That makes sense. Danny was deep in thought. Yasua Yahai did not only eliminate deviant ghosts. After ending the deviant ghost affairs in the Westeros, he returned to the east and continued to fight the monsters from the dark world with the light emissary in hand. When she first heard the story of Yasua Yahai, Danny thought that the dark monsters were deviant ghosts that entered the eastern continent through the Arctic Circle. Now that she thought about it, the world was not necessarily a ball. What the hell was the Arctic Circle? Those monsters should be evil creatures from the dark world to the east of Yaxia. The Battle of Meereen is almost over. Danny stood up and lifted her helmet. She felt the snowflakes falling from the sky with her face. She gradually felt a sense of urgency. I must seize every opportunity to increase my power. Jenny, my dear, where are you? It's so cold. Yimont shivered and wiped the snowflakes on his thin white hair. He said in shock, "It's snowing in Slaver's Bay." Missandei tightened the collar of her thin shirt and shouted in the direction of the garden, Little Mist, are you there?" With a whoosh, a red light floated out from the weirwood trunk. The fire exploded, revealing a little girl with dragonfly wings. "Ah, it's so cold. What's falling from the sky?" Little Mist held up a piece of melted snowflake and asked in confusion. She had never seen snow before. "Little Mist, go and ask the queen what's with the sun in the sky," Missandei said. Little Mist was the Dragon Queen's messenger. Everyone would ask her for help when they needed the Dragon Queen's help. 7 gods above, it's only 3 degrees Celsius, and the temperature is still falling. Messai, who ran to the persimmon tree, held up the outdoor thermometer and exclaimed. "This." Old Yimont quickly went over to take a closer look. "Holy Mother of Mercy, I measured it this morning. It's 14 degrees Celsius. Shrouding the sun is not Danny's ability. She may be able to block the sun, but lowering the temperature is beyond her ability." At this point, the old man suddenly understood and shouted in horror, "Ah, Holy Mother of Mercy, the long night, it's the long night. The long night has really come, and the sun has gone out. It's not just Slaver's Bay that's dark, the whole world must be like us." Old Yimont was overthinking. At least they could still see the dim light in Slaver's Bay, but the rest of the place was already dark. Volantis. Ah, the Supreme Priest Bonello's prophecy has come true. The Blackwell nobles have betrayed the light, and their minds have been corrupted by the yellow harpies of the East. They formed the most despicable alliance with the godless outsiders, and their foolishness has brought us darkness and destruction. The slaves, who made up 80% of the population, felt endless fear and hesitation when the sun went out, and the fear made them irritable and angry. They gathered outside the Red God Temple, cursing, roaring, crying around the Black Wall. The Red God Temple was backed by the Black Wall where the nobles lived. Even many of the free citizens of Volantis came to the temple to seek spiritual comfort because of the fear. Because the supreme priest had warned the world countless times, the Volantis nobles have betrayed the light, and the despicable alliance they formed will lead to the descent of darkness, and only Dani Rise is the savior. Now, the supreme priest's prophecy suddenly came true. Sigh, actually I haven't preached that Dani Rise is the savior for more than half a year. In the Red God Temple that was formed by countless flyovers and tall towers, the supreme priest with a white face full of flame tattoos lamented. "What's with the sun?" Consul Dofus asked worriedly. Dofus was the elephant party consul that Dani met on the streets of Volantis. He was the opposition to Volantis' participation in the Slave Bay War. Originally, Dofus was going to step down after his term ended, but the Dragon Queen went to Volantis to cause a ruckus and burn the other two consul who had a bright future, the tough martial faction against Slave Bay, to death. And Dofus's performance in handling the Black Wall Dragon Burn incident was outstanding, and he was unexpectedly re-elected. As soon as the sun went out, Dofus, like the slaves outside the temple, thought of Bonello's countless prophecies in front of everyone. Then, he came looking for him. "Can the sun still come out? It's snowing outside." "Oh gods, has it ever snowed in Volantis?" "Maybe it has, but this is the first time it's snowing heavily." Dofus's face was pale, and he seemed to have a bad feeling. "The night is long, and darkness is coming. I have said it countless times, and now it's here. The night is here," Bonello said with a grimace. "Because we formed an alliance to attack Dani Rise, the Light King wants to punish us?" Dofus asked with a trembling voice. "That's not it." Bonello shook his head and dismissed the servants and low-level priests. "The night will come, and it has nothing to do with whether you attack Dani Rise or not. Then before you dash, I thought Dani Rise was the savior in the Red God's prophecy, so I wanted to help her. Then, sigh, the prophecy was wrong," the supreme priest said with a sad face. "Fuck." Dofus cursed angrily. "Looks like we were too lenient with the Red God Temple." "Sir Consul, this is the Red God Temple. There are hundreds of thousands of believers outside the temple," Bonello said coldly. Chapter 733. Dofus' expression changed several times. In the end, he looked down to hide the anger and killing intent in his heart. He asked softly, "You haven't spoken up for Dani Rise for almost half a year. We thought you were worried about the Alliance's power. Now, it seems like there's more to it." "I was wrong. I misunderstood the revelation given to me by the Light King." Bonello wiped his face and said dejectedly, "She's not the savior, but I've been proclaiming that she is for the past few years. What's done is done. I can't change it even if I want to." Dofus' fat face twisted. "Then who is the savior?" he asked blankly. "I don't know. The long night is here, and you don't know?" Dofus raised his voice. "Maybe, it's Stannis Byra from the Westeros, Theon," the supreme priest with a tattooed face said hesitantly. "Stannis?" Dofus gradually found that unknown person in his memory. "The kinslayer who used blood witchcraft to kill his own brother." The consul said with a displeased expression, "What is the Light King doing? How can a kinslayer become the savior? He might as well let Dani Rise be the savior." There was a saying that a king's virtue was not worthy of the throne. The savior was more advanced than the king, so there should be a virtue requirement. Didn't Yasur and Ahai kill their own wives too? Without the determination to kill everything, how can they become the savior? Tattoo retorted with a red face. Killing one's wife is different from killing one's own family. Forget it. Dofus shook his head. Choosing the savior is the Light King's business. We don't care. But how do you plan to deal with the sun and the rioters outside? The sun has extinguished. It might not appear again for 10 or 20 years. This is not something I can handle. Benello shook his head. 10 years, 20 years. Dofa's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear, and his fat body was on the verge of collapsing. The last long night lasted for an entire generation. That generation never saw the sun from birth until they starved to death. They thought the world was originally so cold and dark. I thought it was a legend. Legends are always exaggerated, Dofa said weakly as he supported himself on the armrest of the chair. A generation. He forced himself to stand up and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency Supreme Priest, I need you to buy me some time. What for? Benello asked curiously. I need time to gather all the food and materials on the market, Dofa said coldly. And then? Benello's voice trembled. Then I will seal Black City. What about the Volantis people and slaves? Can the Light King's faith feed them? Dofas asked. Benello shook his head with difficulty. Even the Light King can't help them, so what can I do? Dofas shrugged helplessly. But, no buts. Dofas waved his hand and whispered into Benello's ear, Remember, the poor life makes the people need the anesthetic called hope. Their most devout faith is born from their hope. However, when faith was unable to satisfy the believer's hopes, that hope would immediately turn into the deepest despair, and faith would also become a curse. You should understand that saving everyone is equivalent to forcing everyone to die. I will give the red-robed monk a spot to enter the Black Wall based on the results of your work. Dofas took 2 steps back and stared at the Supreme Priest playfully. He smiled and asked, How is it? Benello's tattooed face was covered in sweat, and the muscles on his face kept twitching. His blue eyes that were usually as calm as a deep pool were filled with turbulent waves. Let me think, he said weakly, his voice like a mosquito. There's no time. Listen, look. Dofas pointed at the window. The shouts of the 100,000 believers were like a tsunami. They came wave after wave and almost drowned the majestic Red God Temple. I can't lie to the believers. Benello looked at the consul with a pleading look. Dofas smiled. Don't worry. You don't have to lie. There will be someone else who will be the punching bag for the people. Who? Benello secretly sighed in relief, and his face regained some of its calmness. Recently, Faust Doxum from the West District has been very active. I think he can replace General Elios who died in the Bay of Sorrows, Dofas said calmly. Faust Doxum, a former Tiger Cloak Army, slave warrior, married into the Doxum family of a small merchant. When the Guy's Alliance army besieged Astapor, he was captured by the Dragon Queen and became Astapor's super VIP partner. Since then, he had started his meteoric rise. Recently, Fat Faust was not even satisfied with the sudden increase in wealth. He started to have higher goals, to become a consul and move his family into the Black Wall. Elios, one of the 3 consul chosen by Volantis after the Dragon Queen burned down the Black Wall Tower. He was also the commander of the 2nd Fleet of the Alliance Army. In the end, he sank into the sea with the 2nd Fleet. Therefore, when there was a vacancy in the 3 consul positions, Fat Faust had the hope of filling it. For this, he even joined the Tiger Party who had a radical attitude towards Slavers Bay. Yes, the sky has darkened and the temperature has dropped, but this is not the end of the world. Long night or whatever, that's just a joke. Faust accepted Dofas's conditions, and after receiving the promise that he would definitely become the next senator, he immediately gave a speech on the streets as a candidate for senator, just like his countless predecessors had done. Everyone, don't panic. There is no need to rush to buy resources. Everyone knows that the winter that the Northerners speak of has arrived. It is impossible for winter to have no effect on Volantis. I swear, tomorrow will be a sunny day. Even if it continues to be gloomy tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. The day of sunshine will come. The slogan, "Tomorrow will be a sunny day," barely calmed down the panic of the people, and Volantis temporarily regained its peace. In a place where the commoners could not see, a large number of resources were transported into the Black Wall. The nobles within the Black Wall took off their silk clothes and put on their ancestral iron armor, and gradually replaced the original guards of the Black Wall, the Tiger Cloak Army, slave warriors. At the same time, as the defense force of Volantis, the Tiger Cloak Army was loaded onto ships and transported to Slavers Bay by the consul with the reason that the Alliance Army won the Battle of Myrine and needed the Tiger Cloak Army to maintain order in Myrine. At this time, the consul of Volantis still did not know the outcome of the Battle of Myrine. They only wanted to send the unreliable Tiger Cloak Army to the front lines as cannon fodder. The Black Wall, the oval-shaped city wall made of Valeglia's immortal stone, was 60 meters tall and could allow 24 horses to run side by side without colliding with each other. Other than the Megalosaurus, no one had ever conquered the Black Wall. What happened in Volantis was not an exception. The same thing happened in Lys, Pentos, Myr, Bravos, and even the cities of the Jade Sea and the Far Eastern barbarians. The methods were different, but the essence was the same. Before the ordinary people could react, they had to gather all the materials that could be gathered, lock the gates of the majestic castle, and live their lives peacefully while waiting for the next Yeser, Ahai, to end the long night. The advantage of the upper class was not only reflected in the possession of social resources. In modern society, some people said that information was money, and that was not wrong. With the most timely and accurate information, even a retard could become Warren Buffett. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, when the long night had already arrived, information was equivalent to a chance to survive. Well, that was not necessarily the case. Even if the ordinary people obtained accurate information, they did not have the financial, material, or manpower to change their fate. If the winter was longer, the ordinary people would still starve to death. A winter that lasted for 3 years and a long night that lasted for 20 years did not make much of a difference to the ordinary people. They would either freeze to death or starve to death. Similarly, 3 years of winter and a generation of long night also had an impact on the nobles. Alright, there was an impact. They could no longer indulge in luxury. They could not hunt, they could not participate in the martial arts tournament. They also had to learn a skill that they did not have before living frugally. But no matter what, the lives and bloodlines of the nobles were not affected. Thinking about it this way, the long night did not seem so scary. Those who did not deserve to die would always die, and those who deserved to die would always live. What was the difference between a long night and a long winter? Sigh, such a world was truly despairing. However, in the Westeros, there were people who cheered for the disappearance of the sun in the sky. It's finally here. Waha, the long night is finally here. After getting a definite answer from Yuluan, Cersei's ecstasy was beyond words. In other cities, after the sun disappeared in front of everyone, most transcendents could infer what had happened by sensing the magic tides. But Westeros was a desert of transcendence. More than 99% of people did not even notice the change in the sun and only thought that it was another cloudy day. The sun rose in the east, but Westeros were known as the Land of the Sunset. When the sun went out, it was about 10 in the morning in Myrine, just before dawn in Westeros. Therefore, when Westeros woke up, they only felt that the weather was especially gloomy today. Of course, just because 99% of people did not notice anything unusual did not mean that everyone did not know. For example, Yuluan knew. The Alchemist Guild knew. The 7 gods were no longer 7 pieces of wood. Even the archbishops of the church knew. They even received complete confirmation from the Holy Mother. Yes, Holy Mother Dany took the time to send a "Long night is here" message to every believer with 100 piety points. The long night was already here. It would be unreasonable if the Holy Mother did not do anything. Since the church knew, Yuluan, helplessly, brought the 4 children of war to Cersei the Great and told her about it. Circe the Great was wearing a pure white fox fur cloak. The pure white fur made her blush and her skin look even more delicate. She walked to the balcony in a few steps and pointed at the barefoot sparrows in gray linen who were shouting, "Bitch Queen," outside the red castle. The corners of her mouth curled up into a vicious smile. Those sparrows come to the red castle every few days to show off their power. How abominable. There should be a long night and let them all freeze and starve to death. And Danny rise. The smile on Circe's face widened. I wonder if that little bitch is dead. If she hasn't died in the hands of the allies, quickly ask her to guard the Great Wall and fight the other ghosts. Didn't she come up with a unified ghost resistance front long ago? If she doesn't die, who will? Ha ha ha. Circe looked up and laughed. The depression of being locked in the tower by the old nun dissipated instantly. Queen Circe, watch your words. An armored knight with a 7-pointed star on his chest shouted angrily. You dare to shout at me? Circe's eyes widened. The flames of anger gathered in her eyes as if they would turn into 2 fire dragons in the next moment, flying out and turning the ungrateful poor knight into ashes. Guards, drag this roaring queen out. Circe shouted. No one answered. Chapter 734. Where are the guards? Sir Devon. Circe did not call for the guards, so she looked at the door in confusion and called her cousin's name loudly. Devon Lannister commanded the Lion Army and was also the garrison commander of the King's Landing and the Red Keep. Your Majesty. Tanya of Myr took a step forward. Her large black eyes were filled with tears of sorrow. Last night, Sir Devon was torn apart by a group of hungry mobs when he passed through Silk Street in a sedan chair. Torn apart. Circe's face turned pale, and she said in horror, Devon is the garrison commander of the capital. He is in charge of 5,000 lion helmet army and 5,000 golden robes. He was in a hurry and did not bring many guards with him. Yuluan sighed with red eyes. Silk Street? Circe's expression suddenly changed, and she said in pain, Devon is not guarding the Red Keep at such a critical time, but sneaked out to visit prostitutes? His leg is crippled. Silk Street was the red light district of the King's Landing. Both sides of the street were filled with brothels of various styles and grades. Yuluan glanced at the Queen's Chamberlain, and a smug look flashed across his blue eyes. Tanya of Myr also happened to look over, her black eyes filled with admiration. The Queen's husband and the Queen's trusted aide only looked at each other for a moment before they looked away, each comforting the Emperor with sad and regretful eyes. Sigh, Devon is a man. A man with a broken leg also has needs, Tanya advised gently. Who is in charge of the golden robes now? Circe asked with a gloomy face. Without your order, the position of garrison is empty, Tanya said solemnly. Circe heard this and her expression became better. She pointed at the son of war who scolded her and said angrily, Now, I order to take down this bastard who looks down on the king. Your Majesty, I am afraid that is not possible. Tanya hurriedly pulled Circe into the inner chamber, and then said worriedly, The long night is coming, and the hundreds of thousands of people and nobles in the King's Landing are starting to miss the savior of the long night, the sparrow. They all said that it was your fault for causing the 7 nations to lose their holy son to resist the long night. Yuluan told me that the night had just begun. How did everyone in King's Landing know about it? Circe glared at him. Who leaked the news? Were they all fools? We should keep it a secret from those lowly people. It's best if they don't know why they died. Only then can we calmly stock up on food in the Red Castle. Well, Circe was of one mind with all the kings and archons of all the world when it came to measures for the long night. Every capitalist has a different personality, different business projects and different theories, but their ideas and means of exploiting the proletariat are exactly the same. It seemed reasonable to replace the capitalists with the kings and the proletariat with the common people. Your Majesty is wise. Tanya sincerely praised Circe the Great. Then she shook her head and said, "We can't hide it anymore. The Holy Mother has shown up." Many monks in the 7 kingdoms received the oracle when they were doing morning prayers yesterday. The sun has gone out and the night has come. Are you sure? Circe asked suspiciously. I also did morning prayers yesterday. Why didn't the Holy Mother tell me? Seeing that the great emperor of all eternity was serious and did not look like he was joking, Tanya's thick and dark lips moved a few times. Maybe your Majesty's little sanctuary is too small to accommodate the Holy Mother's magnificent body. The chamberlain groaned inwardly. Don't you have any self-awareness? You burned the Holy Son appointed by the Holy Mother to ashes, and you still dare to hope to see the Holy Mother? If the Holy Mother really comes to you one day, are you sure she won't immediately turn into a stranger and take you, the blasphemer, away? Sigh, I also think that the little sanctuary is a bit small. Circe sighed and complained, it's fine if the Holy Mother didn't inform me, but why did she tell those gray sparrows? What does the lowly people know that the long night has come have to do with me punishing that poor knight? Circe quickly remembered the son of war who had scolded her earlier. Since they know that the long night is real, the people and nobles of the 7 kingdoms will naturally start to miss the Great Sparrow. After all, the Great Sparrow is the savior to end the long night, appointed by the Holy Mother. Now, because of your Majesty's mistake, the savior has died tragically before the long night. Can everyone not misunderstand you? Circe's face paled as she recalled the parade outside the Red Castle that had not dispersed since morning, and their slogan that she should go to the 7 levels of hell. She didn't misunderstand. They must hate her to the core. The people of the King's Landing hated her. The people of the 7 kingdoms who received the news of the long night would hate her. The Emperor of Eternity suddenly understood. Tanya of Mir lowered her eyes and continued, so, the Church decided to punish you. The sons of war in the living room are here to watch over you. They are not to be offended. What punishment? Circe asked with a straight face. Before the long night ends, you are not to leave the Queen's tower. You are not to hold extravagant banquets. You are not to wear fancy clothes. You are not to participate in the politics of the 7 kingdoms. You are not to, enough. The Emperor of Eternity's face contorted as he roared, where is my Prime Minister? Where are the ministers of the Imperial Council? Did they agree with the Church to imprison the Queen of the 7 kingdoms? In fact, it was the ministers who saw the anger of the people of the King's Landing. In order to appease the people, they collectively passed a resolution to invite the Church slap. Before Tanya of Mir could finish, Circe slapped her angrily. Eat shit. Circe's eyes were spitting fire as she cursed, as my chamberlain, you attended the Imperial Council for me and conveyed my orders. How could you allow the deviants to pass a resolution? Mir Tanya covered her red and swollen cheek and said in grievance, the chamberlain is useless in the Westeros. I objected, but they all ignored me. Gather my lion helmet army and golden robes. I have had enough. They are going to destroy the Westeros. Without me to govern the country, what will happen to the court? I am leaving this place today. I am going to the King's Landing court. I am going to sit on the Iron Throne and exercise the power of a queen. The long night is coming. Without me to strategize, how can the people survive to the next summer? Circe waved her hands and shouted in agitation. I am afraid not. The chamberlain's face contorted as he shook his head gently. My army is in control of the King's Landing. What is there not to do? Your Majesty, Sir Devon has just died. The morale of the army is not stable. It is not good to make a big move. Good, good, good. The Emperor of Eternity took a few quick breaths and glanced at his trusted aide coldly. Send a letter to Sir Damien Lannister. I want to invite him to the King's Landing to be the Minister of Justice. Damien was Cersei's uncle, the current acting Castellan of Casterly Rock City. He was Lannister's old hero, who was of the same generation as Tywin and Kevin. Your Majesty, Casterly Rock City is 1,000 miles away from the King's Landing. Actually, there is another honorable earl who is more suitable for the position of Minister of Justice, Tanya said gently. Who? Your husband, Earl Orton. Cersei mocked. Tanya's husband, Orton Maravis, was the Earl of the Long Table. After Tywin's death, Cersei promoted Orton to be her hand of the king when she was regent. But after Cersei was imprisoned by the church, Earl Orton immediately resigned and fled back to the Long Table with Tanya, abandoning the Queen Regent. When Cersei was crowned as the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms by Archbishop John, Tanya became her chamberlain. But Orton was hated by the Emperor of Eternity and did not get any position in the court. No, the Lion Helmet army can only be led by Lannister. Tanya shook her head. Cersei heard this and her expression became better. There are still many Lannister with outstanding military abilities in the Lion Helmet army, but they do not have the political skills to deal with the courtiers. It will be difficult for them to take on the important role. The Emperor of Eternity sighed. He hated that he did not know how to clone himself. Otherwise, he would have arranged for a clone to personally lead the Lion army. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about Earl Titus Pegg? Tanya reminded. That guy. Cersei bit her red lips and hesitated. I trusted him so much and let him guard Dragonstone Island, but he did not even last a day, she said unhappily. Earl Pegg was the guard of Dragonstone Island and was captured by the Dragon Queen herself. She even asked for a terrifying ransom of 5,000 gold royals, 10 times more than the market price of Jaime Lannister. That was an accident. The Dragon Queen has a dragon. Tanya advised. Also, Earl Pegg is the son-in-law of the Lannister family. He is trustworthy. Let me think. Cersei hesitated. Time's up. 4 sons of war and 4 crude old nuns suddenly barged into the inner chamber of the Queen's palace and announced loudly to Cersei. Cersei Lannister, according to the resolution passed by the church and the council ministers, you can only see guests once every 7 days. Every time you see guests, it must be between morning and afternoon prayers. It is now time for afternoon prayers. Madam Tanya, please leave immediately. Do not delay the sinner's confession to the 7 gods. Sinner. Cersei felt a surge of anger from the steel door to her throat. She spat out fragrant words. You lowly bastards, do you know who you are talking to? This is the Red Keep, my territory. Here Wu, the old nun, took a step forward and pulled out a dirty towel from her waist and covered Cersei's face. The Great Wall. Crow's Nest Balcony. Peristan wanted to glue his eyeballs onto the telescope lens. Balin, Balin, come over and take a look. Has the sun in the sky disappeared? Vinegar, Balin was originally hiding by the fireplace and pretending to be dead. Hearing this, he stuck his head out of the sheepskin blanket and casually looked out of the window. The sky was dark and gloomy. The sky was like a thick pot lid that was about to fall on a person's head. Peristan, I really admire you. You can see a ghost's sun in this kind of weather. Vinegar Balin said sarcastically. I could see a white circle of light earlier. Now it is completely dark. Something is wrong, Peristan said solemnly. Winter is like this outside the Great Wall. Don't make a fuss, Balin said impatiently. What kind of attitude is that? A hint of anger flashed in the red-nosed old professor's eyes. Balin, is the parade in the King's Landing not enough to wake you up? Balin was the first batch of professors to be paraded. After that, he was loaded into the transport ship along with the Dragonstone Island's dragon crystal weapons and transported to the Great Wall. The other professors were assigned to a small castle with a harsh environment. Only Vinegar Baelin had some friendship with Paris-Tan. That was why he was able to stay in the dark castle to enjoy life. You still have the cheek to talk about parading? Baelin was angry too. He stood up abruptly and pointed at Pareston's red nose. He scolded, "If you did not betray the city of knowledge, would I be on the list of sinners who saw the ghost? If I did not get captured by the bounty hunters, would I have suffered such humiliation?" Woo woo woo, suddenly, a ghostly howl came from the east. Caw, caw caw, across the window, a crisp cracking sound came from the great wall of ice crystal. That is. Baelin's pupils contracted. He said in a daze, "What happened? Am I seeing things? The Great Wall is cracking." You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.